Chapter 219. To be honest, sect leader O had treated her quite well. Not only was he trying to repay her kindness by accepting her second brother, Zhang Xiaohu, into the Misty School, but he had also rewarded her after the martial arts exhibition. All of these had made Zhang Xiaohua extremely satisfied. However, Zhang Xiaohua still felt a little awkward. It was just awkwardness, not dissatisfaction. She had only recorded her messy fist technique for him, but he had already secretly hinted that the fist technique would belong to the Misty School in the future, and would no longer belong to her. People always had a kind of laziness. If something belonged to them, even if they didn't use it, they wouldn't want it to be taken away by others. As long as it was taken by others, no matter if it was valuable or lowly, they would be concerned. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua still didn't understand the Fist of the North Star. She didn't know why it had the effect of tempering bones, and she also didn't know if it would be effective for others to practice it. This fist technique was easy to obtain, and she didn't have to risk her life to obtain it, so she didn't think it was too precious. However, sect leader O's attitude towards the Fist of the North Star made it seem like he was determined to obtain it, which made Zhang Xiaohua faintly feel that this fist technique wasn't simple. However, it was this not simple that made Zhang Xiaohua ponder. This was clearly a fist technique that she had pieced together, but she felt that it had something to do with O Peng. He even asked if there were 360 moves, and if she had learned it from a secret manual, as if she had taken advantage of him. Thinking about Zhang Qingyue's personal and secret record, Zhang Xiaohua also knew that this fist technique of hers must have a name. But what was this name? Could it be used to temper bones? Or was it something else? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. Thinking up to this point, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the token and the stack of banknotes that sect leader O had given her. She felt relieved. Everyone did their best and took what they needed. She had been thinking too much. Soon after, she smiled and said, "That's right. You guys can be envious. If you can also defeat the monks of the Dalan Temple, sect leader O will let you go himself." He Tianshu said, "You only defeated 2 low-level monks, and you're already so proud? How can I improve in the future?" Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly, "We have to find a reason for all of you. Naturally, this is the most boastful." He Tianshu shook his head and said, "It was pure luck that you won. When it comes to the level of martial arts, you are far behind him." Then, as though he had thought of something, he said, "That's right, Zhang Xiaohua. A few days ago, Zhang Qingyue suddenly looked for me and took away the levitation technique from the 3rd level of the ethereal steps. He even specially asked me if anyone else had seen this ethereal steps." Zhang Xiaohua said, "I know. When Grand Sect Master asked me that day, I said that I saw the levitation technique in the ethereal steps. He was very surprised. Only then did he know that Grand Master Zhang had given it to us by mistake. So what if he took it away? You've seen it anyway. By the way, have you learned it?" He Tianshu shook his head repeatedly and said, "Those are all legendary kung fu. How can I practice it?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and asked, "Team leader He, is what you said the other day true? Are you lying to me? This levitation technique is really just a legend and no one knows it." He Tianshu smiled and said, "If it wasn't a legend, would Zhang Qingyue have taken away that kung fu? He still left the other kung fu for us." Zhang Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. He Tianshu asked, "Zhang Xiaohua, why are you looking for me?" Zhang Xiaohua then came to a realization and said, "Team leader He, it's like this. Didn't I tell you earlier that it has been almost 2 years since I left the Guizhuang house and came to Pingyang City? I miss home very much. Now that there's nothing going on in the villa, I would like to take leave from you and go back to take a look." He Tianshu said, "Logically speaking, it's normal for you to go home, so I'll definitely allow you to take a leave. However, have you forgotten that Manor Head O said that you can follow us to take care of the medicinal field, but you're free to do whatever you want? I have no reason to restrict you." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "I don't have such high treatment." The villa head just said it casually. He Tianshu didn't think so. How could people at Peng and Yan's level speak empty words? Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to look for Yan. Zhang Xiaohua hadn't been to the inner courtyard for a long time. When she walked to the door of Qiuju's courtyard, the small door was still open. Zhang Xiaohua knocked on the door and called out, "Is Sister Qiuju in?" "Who is it?" a voice sounded. Qiuju opened the door and came out. Zhang Xiaohua saluted and said, "Sister Qiuju, I want to see the villa head. Can you help me inform him?" When Qiuju saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, she smiled and said, "Okay. Zhang Xiaohua, wait a moment. I'll be back soon." After saying that, she walked towards the inner courtyard. After taking a few steps, she turned back and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, don't touch the things in the courtyard. I'll be back soon." Zhang Xiaohua, who was pacing back and forth, immediately stood still and said, "I know. Sister Qiuju, I'll stand here and not move." When Qiuju saw that, she covered her mouth and laughed. She quickly walked into the inner courtyard. Not long after, Qiuju came back. When she saw that Zhang Xiaohua was still standing there, she laughed secretly and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, the villa head is in the main hall. He's talking to Sister Qiudong. You should go quickly." However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to hear her and didn't move. Qiuju said, "The villa head asked you to go in. Why aren't you leaving?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, Sister Qiuju, I've been to the inner courtyard a few times, but I've long forgotten how to get there. You should lead me there." Qiuju was helpless and thought to herself, "You should have said so earlier. I might as well have just brought you in. Now I have to make 2 trips." When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the main hall of the inner courtyard, Yan and Qiudong were indeed there. When the two of them saw Zhang Xiaohua, they were very happy. Yan smiled and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, you're finally back from the Misty Mountain Villa. I thought the sect head would ask you to stay." Zhang Xiaohua saluted and said, "How could that be? The Misty School is full of elites. I can only go there to plant herbs for the pharmacy hall." Qiudong asked, "Zhang Xiaohua, I heard from the disciples of the Misty School that you were very impressive in the martial arts exhibition. You actually passed 3 tests and defeated the disciples of the Dalan Temple in the end." Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, "Well, Sister Qiudong, don't flatter me. Others may not know my background, but how can the 2 of you not know me? I'm sure you know the situation of the 3 tests. The first test was purely a trick of the ethereal steps. I only fought 9 battles to a draw. Who knew that I would be the last one to pass? Moreover, the last little monk, to be honest, was defeated by me because he was a vegetarian every day. He didn't have as much strength as me. When it comes to real martial arts, Captain, he said that I'm far inferior to him." Yan was very happy to hear this. No matter what, Zhang Xiaohua was still a member of the Huanxi Mountain Villa. Being able to stand out in the martial arts exhibition, especially in the face of the challenge from the Dalan Temple, and being able to help her brother was also her pride as the villa master. She originally thought that Zhang Xiaohua might not know how to reflect on herself and would inevitably be arrogant. She wanted to give her a warning, but now it seemed that she was overthinking. Therefore, she narrowed her eyes and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, you don't have to be modest. There's a reason why no one from the Huanxi Mountain Villa and the Lotus Escort Agency dared to participate in the martial arts exhibition. I heard that this time, 2 people from the Lotus Escort Agency suffered a crushing defeat. Presumably, in the next few decades, no one will participate. But you've made our Huanxi Mountain Villa proud and proud. I'm very relieved." Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "Sister O is too polite. You've always treated me well. In fact, I didn't think that I could win, let alone win for the villa." Yan laughed out loud and said, "You're honest. However, you've achieved good results in the martial arts exhibition, but the Misty School didn't reward you. Are you very disappointed?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "That's not true. Sister Qiudong already told me before the martial arts exhibition." Chiu Tong also spoke at this time and said, yes, at that time, I did ask the Misty School's steward. However, I forgot to check the old records of our Huanxi Mountain Villa. Just when you were participating in the martial arts exhibition, I specially looked at the old records and found some interesting things. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, Sister Chiu Tong, what interesting things did you find? Oh Yen said, it's nothing interesting. It's just that our Huanxi Mountain Villa's people have won in the martial arts exhibition before. Even if the Misty School doesn't reward us, we should still reward ourselves. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. There was actually such a good thing. Chiu Tong smiled and said, our Huanxi Mountain Villa is different from the Misty School. They reward internal strength cultivation methods, but we don't have that. However, we don't lack money, so we'll reward you with this. Zhang Xiaohua was so happy that her mouth was about to become crooked. Wasn't this what she liked the most? If she didn't reward this, what else could she reward? Oh Yen said, moreover, it's not only about money, but also your position. However, Zhang Xiaohua, you're still young, so I won't give you this position. I'll reward you with more money. Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head like a chick pecking rice. What a joke, why would she want a position? She didn't even want to hang out with Ma Jing and the others. Giving her some money was the most practical. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua agreed, Oh Yen gestured to Chiu Tong and said, I heard from Chiu Ju that you were coming, so I asked Chiu Tong to get it for you. After saying that, Chiu Tong went out. Not long after, she came in with a few thick stacks of banknotes. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes widened. She exclaimed in her heart, my goodness, our Huanxi Mountain Villa's generosity is no less than the Misty School's. Sect leader O offered 10,000 taels of gold as soon as she opened her mouth. Our villa mistress O is also a woman who doesn't lose out to men. I'm impressed. Zhang Xiaohua saw Chiu Tong approaching and quickly waved her hand. Sister O, please don't scare me. I can't take so much money. Oh Yen smiled and said, you haven't seen it yet. How do you know so much? Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the banknotes in Chiu Tong's hand and said, Sister O, from the looks of it, it must be tens of thousands of taels. Chiu Tong smiled and said, of course not. Miss O heard that you asked Zhang Qingyue to exchange 1,000 taels of banknotes for 10 taels each, so she asked me to do the same. I exchanged 1 tael for each banknote. There are 400 banknotes in total, so it's 400 taels. You can count it. Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down. Big sister, you can't play like this. Chapter 220. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua lose his composure, O Yen and Chiu Tong were overjoyed. Then, Chiu Tong smiled and said, don't look so sad. Young miss was just joking with you. Think about it, where would the bank have banknotes worth 1 tael of silver? The banknotes here are all worth 5 taels. Young miss had the accountant go to the bank to exchange for them. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua understand that the 2 big sisters were making fun of him. However, 400 banknotes worth 5 taels was a total of 2,000 taels of silver. Zhang Xiaohua felt a little dizzy. He couldn't help but wave his hand and say, Big sister O, isn't this a little too much? Big sect leader only rewarded me with 1,000 taels of silver. You're giving me so much at once. I feel like my hands are burning. Oh Yen smiled and said, actually, this silver is not just a reward for you at this martial arts exhibition. Last time, when you saved my life, you only took 100 taels of silver. I really feel bad about it, so I prepared a little more. Also, I heard from Big Sect Leader that you're taking leave on behalf of your second brother and are preparing to go home. You and your second brother probably didn't save much money while you were away. You changed the 1,000 taels of silver into 10 taels of silver each. Are you planning to bring them home? Zhang Xiaohua replied honestly, yes, big sister O. That's exactly what I was thinking. That's good. Take these banknotes and give them to your family. Let them know that you're doing well outside and that they don't have to worry about you in the future. Zhang Xiaohua still refused. Although he saved Yan's life, her brother accepted Zhang Xiaohu into the Misty School and gave him the ethereal steps. These could all be compensated. Now, Yan gave him such a large amount of banknotes. If it was like the first time, it was only 400 taels, although it was a large amount to Zhang Xiaohua, it was still acceptable. However, this 2,000 taels really made Zhang Xiaohua afraid. Yan saw that Zhang Xiaohua was refusing again and her face was a little unhappy. Qiu Tong observed Zhang Xiaohua's expression and hurriedly winked at him. Zhang Xiaohua, young Mrs. Kind intentions are just because you've won glory for the manor. It's also because you saved her life. How can it be justified? Moreover, the manor will have a lot of use for you in the future. If you have the heart, you should keep the manor in your heart and protect it more. Maybe in the future, your contribution to the manor will be more than 1,000 taels of silver. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that if she didn't accept it, she would be absolutely tactless. She immediately bowed deeply to Yan and said, "Thank you, big sister O. It would be impolite for me to refuse." Yan then smiled and said, "That's good." Zhang Xiaohua, big sister is also a person who rewards and punishes clearly. If you didn't contribute to the manor, why would I reward you? Since you've taken it out, don't let big sister take it back. After Zhang Xiaohua kept the banknotes, she asked again, "Zhang Xiaohua, since you've already asked for leave from big gang leader, when will you go back?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "In 2 or 3 days. My second brother has just been taught by swordsman Wen. He may need to consolidate what he has learned. I came to see big sister O this time because I want to ask for leave and go back with my second brother." How could Yan refuse? Naturally, she agreed. She even urged Zhang Xiaohua to stay at home for a few more days to accompany her father and mother. There was no need to rush back. Zhang Xiaohua was also very grateful. Yan then asked about the matter of the herbs in the medicinal field dying and coming back to life. Zhang Xiaohua answered one by one. She even impulsively wanted to talk about the qi of heaven and earth. Fortunately, when she was about to say it, she remembered that she had stolen the Carefree Heart Sutra. If Peng knew about this, it would be very bad. Only then did she tactfully shut her mouth. However, because of how Yan treated her, Zhang Xiaohua was once again secretly determined to help her solve the problem of the seeds not germinating. Coming out from the inner courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua had nothing to do. First, she went to the small forest where she used to practice martial arts. After she finished practicing her fist and sword techniques, she returned to the small house to meditate and practice. Drawing qi into the body naturally could not be practiced. However, refining the meridians and increasing the essential qi could be practiced. It was not until nightfall that the essential qi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians recovered slightly, making up for the loss from practicing the levitation technique. As she would be returning to the Guizhuang house in a few days, Zhang Xiaohua did not even go to the medicinal field. Ever since the accident in the medicinal field, Zhang Xiaohua and the rest were much more diligent than before. Even He Tianshu, who was practicing the ethereal steps, would often go to the fields to help. It did not matter if Zhang Xiaohua was there or not. As a result, Zhang Xiaohua mostly practiced martial arts in the forest and mental cultivation method in the small house. The forest was very secluded and no one usually went there. Sometimes, Zhang Xiaohua would also meditate in the forest. The essential qi he used to practice the levitation technique would be replenished after a day. He even felt that his essential qi had increased slightly. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua also felt that he preferred to practice mental cultivation method in the forest. The small house was too quiet and the essential qi was stable. However, in the forest, the essential qi was lively and had a pleasant feeling. One day, when Zhang Xiaohua was practicing his qi in the forest, she suddenly remembered that her fellow villager, Li Jinfeng, had visited her house during the New Year. This time, she had to go back and take a look at Li Jinfeng's house. Therefore, before she left, she had to go to the academy to see Li Jinfeng. Moreover, ever since she returned to the Huanqi manor, Li Jinfeng had come once and they had not seen each other for several months. Zhang Xiaohua had a good impression of this man who was not too snobbish. Of course, she was willing to get closer to him. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua stopped practicing kung fu. She hurried out of the manor and went to the academy to find Li Jinfeng. Zhang Xiaohua had not been to the academy where Li Jinfeng was. She asked around on the way and found it. Coincidentally, Li Jinfeng had gone out with the teacher to collect wind and could not come back recently. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not without any results. From the teacher of the academy, Zhang Xiaohua found out Li Jinfeng's address in Luzhen. With one thing off her mind, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the manor to continue her practice and quietly waited for Zhang Xiaohu. However, after waiting for 3 or 4 days, he still did not come. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel a little strange. She secretly thought, could it be that the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks? On this day, Zhang Xiaohua was reading in the hut when she heard footsteps coming towards her room. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but smile. Wasn't that her second brother's footsteps? She hurried to the door and opened it first. She smiled and said, "Second brother, you're finally here." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua suddenly walk out, Zhang Xiaohu was shocked and said, "Xiaohua, how did you know I was here?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "I've been listening to your footsteps for more than 10 years. Naturally, I can tell." But Zhang Xiaohu was a little puzzled. He was still far from the hut. How could Zhang Xiaohua hear him? Zhang Xiaohua did not care about these details. She anxiously asked, "Second brother, how's your Nigong practice? Can we go now?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Naturally, I've finished practicing. Otherwise, how could I come to find you? Why did you wait for so long? Didn't you say it would be done in 2 days?" Alas, the cultivation of this inner force cultivation method is really dangerous. When I was cultivating, I was a bit impatient and almost went berserk, causing my true chi to divert. Fortunately, Master was by my side. Furthermore, I had just reached the first level, which is very shallow. Therefore, it didn't cause any major problems. I had to rest for a few more days before Master let me go. Zhang Xiaohua cried out, "Second brother, is there really nothing wrong?" Zhang Xiaohu waved his arm and said, "Look, there really is nothing wrong. The reason why the ethereal divine art is our Misty School's most powerful martial art is not because of its power. The main thing is that it's very peaceful when practicing it. Master said that I was too impatient. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any problems. Now that it's been nourished, there naturally won't be any problems." Zhang Xiaohua facepalmed and said, "Peaceful? It's just the beginning and there's already a problem. It would be strange if it's reassuring." Zhang Xiaohu said, "Forget it, it's all in the past. By the way, are you ready?" Zhang Xiaohua pointed to the package on the Kong and said, "I've been ready for a long time, just waiting for you to come. Let's set off." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "That's good. I'm also ready. Let's set off now." Zhang Xiaohua jumped up with a smile and ran to the Kong. She picked up the package and said, "Then let's go." The two of them went out of the side door of the Huanxi mountain villa. There were 2 big red horses tied to the tree in front of them. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu walk straight to the tree, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned. She hesitated and asked, "Second brother, you're not going to tell me that these 2 handsome horses are the ones we're going to ride back, are you?" Zhang Xiaohu walked to the front of the horses and tidied up the saddle. He turned back and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "You guessed right, but there's no prize." "Really?" Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He had never thought of riding a horse back to Lu Town. When he came back from the south, he was very eager to ride a horse, but he didn't have the chance. The last time he went to the Misty School, he got addicted to riding a horse, but the result was miserable and he was thrown down. But even so, being able to ride a horse back home was better than sitting in a carriage. Moreover, it saved him a lot of effort in front of the carriage. It was the best of both worlds. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the front of the other horse and looked up and down happily. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu told him the origin of the horse. It turned out that when the disciples of the Misty School went out, they generally had a public horse as a mount. They just had to register and get it, and when they finished their business, they could come back and hand it in. Zhang Xiaohu was new here and didn't know much about it. When Wenhai told him when he occasionally mentioned to his master that he wanted to take a carriage back. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu originally planned to get a horse and let Zhang Xiaohua ride the same horse with him. But when he thought that Zhang Xiaohua had long wanted to ride a horse by herself, he tentatively asked if he could get an extra one. When the horse steward heard that the direct disciple of the Grand Faction leader wanted to get an extra horse, how could he agree to such a trivial matter? This was simply flattery delivered to his door. It would be a waste if he didn't buy it. That's why he got 2 handsome horses. Chapter 221. Zhang Xiaohu helped Zhang Xiaohua onto the horse's back and said with a smile, "This is your first time riding a horse. I'll lead you for 2 laps first. When you get used to it, we'll continue." In fact, riding a horse is quite simple. You just need to keep your balance with the horse and then control the reins to let the horse know your intention. These 2 horses were trained by our Misty School and are very obedient. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua sat on the horse's back and let Zhang Xiaohu lead the horse for 2 laps around the square in front of Huanxi Manor. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had ridden a horse before and knew how it felt inside. After Zhang Xiaohu's guidance, he quickly learned how to control it. Zhang Xiaohua had also learned the levitation technique. The levitation technique was very particular about balance. The levitation technique was also very particular about balance. How could the balance on the horse's back be difficult for him? After familiarizing himself with the horse for 2 laps, Zhang Xiaohua could slowly trot the horse by himself. After running 2 laps around the square, Zhang Xiaohu also mounted the horse and said, "Well, Xiaohua, you learn very quickly. Since you have learned it, let's go back quickly." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and agreed. The 2 turned the horse's head and galloped out of the square of Huanxi Manor. At first, Zhang Xiaohua was not quite used to it. It was not only because it was his first time riding a horse and he couldn't grasp the essentials. These skills and movements were becoming more skillful as time passed. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua had always been faster with his hands and feet than his brain. Before Zhang Xiaohua could think, his body had already adapted to the posture on the horse's back. What made Zhang Xiaohua even more uncomfortable was the feeling of riding a tall horse in the middle of the road. That kind of feeling was like a thorn on his back, and that kind of feeling that the whole street was looking at him. From time to time, Zhang Xiaohua had to lower his head to check if there was anything wrong with his clothes and riding posture. This kind of feeling made his mind a mess. He couldn't even hear some of the words that his second brother said to him clearly. Zhang Xiaohu rode in front and turned back to talk to Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was absent-minded, he felt strange. He loosened the reins and slowed down the horse until it was level with Zhang Xiaohua. Then he asked, "Xiaohua, are you not feeling well?" Zhang Xiaohua looked around and said, "No, second brother, it's quite good." "Then, is it because you have just learned to ride a horse?" "That's right, second brother. I'm sitting so high up on the horse. Everyone on the street is looking at me." Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu laughed loudly and said, "It's normal, it's normal. Xiaohua, when I first rode a horse, it was the same. I felt like I was the focus of the world. Everyone was looking at me, and I didn't know where to put my hands and feet. But after a long time, I realized that it wasn't like that. Although others were looking at you, they were just looking at you as if you were on the ground. How could it be called attention? It's just that I'm not used to a new environment. Once you get used to it, you'll understand. If you don't believe me, look at their eyes. They just sweep past you and don't stay on you." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he really paid attention. Sure enough, they just glanced at him. How could they be looking at him like he was thinking about? At most, they would be a little surprised when they saw such a handsome horse riding an ordinary young man. Some would only be slightly envious. Everything was caused by his state of mind. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have wiped away some of the dust in his heart. He seemed to have understood something. Then, he laughed and shook the reins of his horse. He whipped the horse's buttocks. The horse felt the pain and quickly galloped away. This action attracted the disdain of everyone on the street. However, how could the attention of others leave any trace in Zhang Xiaohua's heart? Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua, the two brothers, rode their horses freely and according to their moods, gradually moving away from Pingyang City. Just as they reached the outskirts of the city, Zhang Xiaohu slapped his forehead and said, "Ayo, Xiaohua, I forgot something." "Ah." Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and said, "It can't be, second brother. Don't tell me you didn't ask for the way home." Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly and said, "That's not it." Then you must have left the money you brought home in the house." "It's okay, I still have some here." Zhang Xiaohu still shook his head and said, "I won't forget those. These 2 days, I was busy cultivating my inner energy and packing my things. I forgot to look for young Master Li. He even came to our house to visit during the New Year. If we don't pay him a visit when we go back this time, it will be rude." Zhang Xiaohua felt relieved and said, "I thought it was something serious. I already went there. Young Master Li is not around. I heard that he went out with teacher to gather wind." "Oh, you went there. That's good." Zhang Xiaohu was relieved this time. However, he immediately asked, "Gathering wind? What wind? Are you sure it's not gathering flowers or having a stroke?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "I couldn't tell that second brother has such a sense of humor. Gathering wind is not what you said, which is to collect folk songs and music. Sigh, only a refined scholar like young Master Li would go to the fields to observe the customs and compose songs in addition to his studies. We are just fooling around in the fields every day. How can we have the time to do that?" Zhang Xiaohu knew that he had misunderstood and said with a smile, "Everyone has their own interests. I wonder how father, mother, brother and sister-in-law are doing in the Guizhuang house. Let's go. Who cares if they are gathering wind or having a stroke? Let's talk about it when we go back home." Zhang Xiaohua said, "That's true. However, I have already asked for young Master Li's house address. When we are free, let's pay him a visit." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "Young Master Li treats us very well. Indeed, we should pay him a visit." When Zhang Xiaohu and his brother came to Pingyang City 2 years ago, they were empty-handed and had nothing in front of them. They were looking forward to the road ahead, but more than that, they were ignorant. They sat in the horse carriage and crashed into people in Pingyang City. Now that they were back home, they felt like they had returned home in glory. They abandoned the horse carriage and sat upright on the tall horses. The scenery along the way was really carefree. Although Zhang Xiaohua had been an escort before, it was a team after all. This was her first time riding a horse on a long journey alone. There were many differences. For this reason, Zhang Xiaohu had done his homework. Not only did he ask for the route home clearly, he also remembered the things to take note of along the way. However, with his previous experience, these were not difficult. The two of them chatted as they walked. It was not until noon that they saw a small shop by the roadside. The two of them slowed down and prepared to rest. This was a very ordinary roadside shed, very simple and crude. There were a few thin pillars in front of the shed, and a few inferior horses were randomly tied to it. Under the shed, there were only a few broken tables and a few stools. There were not many people, and they were all too lazy to sit there. When they heard the sound of the horse hooves stopping, they immediately perked up and looked outside. Zhang Xiaohu jumped off his horse first. He was about to turn around and hold Zhang Xiaohua's horse and carry him down when he saw the inferior horses tied in front of the shed and the people in the shed. He could not help but frown. At this moment, a slick-looking waiter walked out of the shed and asked with a smile, "Sir, are you here for a snack or lunch?" When Zhang Xiaohu saw this, he immediately said, "No, we don't intend to rest." After that, he looked back at Zhang Xiaohua and gestured. He led his horse, walked a few steps, and turned over. When Zhang Xiaohua came in front of him, he whispered, "Don't talk. Let's go. We'll rest in the front." After that, he whipped Zhang Xiaohua's horse. When Zhang Xiaohua's horse started to move, he clamped his legs and followed closely. When the man saw that the two men had gone far away, he resentfully walked back to the shed. He threw the black towel on his shoulder onto the seat and said, "Boss, this job can't be done anymore. This is already the fourth group of people today. Why didn't they come to eat at our place?" A fat man with big ears and a fierce appearance came out and shouted, "Nonsense. Look at all of you. Do you look like guests who are passing by to rest? Can't you show some professionalism?" Another lazy man opened his mouth and said, "Boss, it's not that we don't want to pretend, but we really don't know how to pretend. If you want us to rob and be bandits, of course we are professionals. But we really can't make such a small shop and wait for people to come and beat them up." "Yes, boss, don't be angry. Look at the two people just now. Their horses are worth a little money, and their clothes are also ordinary. I guess they don't have much money. Let them go." "Yes, boss, it's been several days, and no one has come in. Our stick is almost rusty. It's better to rob." The boss was anxious and said, "Do you think I don't want to? However, the current situation is not right. It's really not suitable for us small fries to go out and make trouble. Motherfucker, I don't know what's going on in Shitsui Mountain." Since they changed their leader, it was calm for a while. They did their own things and left us a way out. But during this time, they changed their style and harassed everywhere. What integration and expansion! If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have to leave our hometown and come here to make a living. "Yes, boss, this is the sphere of influence of the Misty School. If we do this and are discovered by others, our lives will be in danger." "That's right, boss. My heart has been pounding as well." Suddenly, the waiter hesitated and said, "I have an idea, but I don't know if boss wants to hear it." The boss was very happy and said, "Tell me. If I say it, don't blame me. Say it, I won't blame you." "Boss, I think it's better if we really open a roadside shop. What do you think?" "Bah, I know you can't come up with any good ideas. You don't want to do such a promising career as robbery. Why do you want to do business in a roadside shop?" As soon as he heard this, the boss was anxious. The waiter quickly said, "Boss, I'm just saying, just saying." The boss's face was full of hatred and he swaggered back to the backstage. When his figure disappeared, everyone was slightly relieved. When they were about to continue to collapse on the stool, suddenly, the boss's fat head and big ears appeared again and said, "Howsy, what you said makes a bit of sense. Let's make a plan first and discuss it together in the evening." Chapter 222. When Zhang Xiaohua saw her second brother's signal, she didn't dismount. The two of them continued on their way. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Zhang Xiaohua slowed down her horse slightly. She asked curiously, "Second brother, what happened just now?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "Nothing. I think there's something wrong with that shed. Maybe it's a shady inn. Maybe it's fine. But when we're outside, we should be careful. It's better not to enter." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's curiosity was piqued. She asked, "Second brother, how did you know?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "It's just my intuition. First of all, this kind of small shed doesn't earn much money. Most of the workers are older and can't do any other physical work. That's why they stay in this shed for leisure. However, the worker we met was a young man. Anything he does can be more profitable than this shed. Secondly, didn't you hear what the worker said? Do you want a snack or a meal? What's there to eat in this shed? It's better to drink some water and sit down." These words are obviously copied from the restaurant. Oh right, the horses at the door are so old. How can someone ride them out? Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. She asked, "Are you saying that there's something wrong with this shed?" Aren't these enough? Actually, let alone these, even if it's just one, it's not easy to enter. It's better to be safe than sorry. But, second brother, with our skills, what's there to be afraid of in this shed? You and I are skilled. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, Xiaohua, let's not talk about whether you and I are skilled enough to stand alone in Jianghu. Even if we are good at martial arts, as the ancients say, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a stab in the dark. Who knows what's waiting for us in this shed? Knockout powder, hidden weapons, traps. In short, it's best to leave. Then, Zhang Xiaohu said seriously, also, Xiaohua, don't think that you're invincible just because you defeated a few little monks from the Dalan temple. The competition in the arena is different from a life and death battle. Don't be careless. In fact, when it came to a life and death battle, Zhang Xiaohua had already experienced it on that rainy night. The reason he said those words was nothing more than the impulsiveness of a youth. As someone who knew martial arts, it was inevitable that he would be eager to try out his skills. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, although he was somewhat unconvinced, he thought that he might not be Zhang Xiaohu's opponent at this moment, so he temporarily extinguished the extravagant thought of showing his nose on the way home. Zhang Xiaohu saw that his younger brother did not speak, and knew that he was young and arrogant, so he did not say much. There were many things that he did not personally experience, and no matter how much others said, he might not believe it, especially when it came to things that he was proud of. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohu asked, Xiaohua, are you tired? We've been riding for the whole morning. Let's get off the horse and rest. Zhang Xiaohua said, it's okay, second brother. I don't feel too tired. It's okay to keep going. Zhang Xiaohu did not think of anything else. He thought that his younger brother had just mounted a horse, and the novelty was not over yet. After a while, he would say that he was tired. However, he did not know that Zhang Xiaohua did not feel tired even after sitting in the horse stance for half a day. How could he feel tired after riding a horse for only a short while? Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, even if you don't rest, you have to let the horses rest. We'll have to rely on them for the next few days. We can't tire them out so early. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua quickly tightened the reins. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to help her, she jumped off the horse with a whoosh. The two of them put the horses down by the roadside and let them graze on the grass freely. They also took out the dry rations from their bags and ate a little to fill their stomachs. After resting for a while and feeling that the horses had recovered, they mounted the horses again and continued on their journey. As they had just left Pingyang City for half a day, they had encountered a suspicious straw hut. Zhang Xiaohu was even more cautious about this journey back home. However, the entire journey from Pingyang City to Lu Town was a sunny road. There were few mountain forests and mountain roads, and the chances of encountering bandits were also much lower. Moreover, the two of them were anxious to return home. The horses were also running at a fast speed. Even if there were some dangers, they were nipped in the bud. Therefore, after a few days of travel, they did not encounter any abnormalities. However, these few days of riding on horseback made Zhang Xiaohua feel both happy and worried. She was happy because riding on a horse, the wind blew in her face, broadened her horizons, and was full of freedom. She was worried because even if it was an interesting journey, she would be tired after traveling for a long time. Not only was she physically tired, but she was also mentally tired. It was not as worry-free as riding a horse carriage. Moreover, although riding on a horse was fast, it was difficult to sustain. Along the way, they had overtaken many horse carriages. However, not long after, they were overtaken. After this happened a few times, Zhang Xiaohua no longer did the boring business of overtaking other carriages. That day, it was noon. The two of them arrived at a three-way junction. Zhang Xiaohu dismounted from the horse and walked to a small tea stall by the roadside. He bought some dry rations and drank some water. After asking for some information, he smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaohua, look at the road in the middle. After walking for a while, we will reach Lu Town. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. She took the water bag and gulped down a few mouthfuls. She shouted, "Then what are we waiting for? If we speed up, we should be able to reach Guizhuang House before nightfall." Zhang Xiaohu said, "That's right. Then let's go quickly." After saying that, the two brothers spurred their horses to speed up. Thinking about the road in the middle, they left behind a cloud of dust. However, not long after they passed the junction, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly pulled on the reins of her horse. She said, "Second brother, do you hear something?" Zhang Xiaohu also slowed down and listened carefully. He said, "No, only the sound of the wind." Zhang Xiaohua frowned. She tilted her head and listened carefully. She said, "It's gone now. Just now, I think I heard a woman crying for help by the roadside." Zhang Xiaohu smiled. Even if it's a hero saving a damsel in distress, there needs to be a beautiful woman. This road is empty. There's no one in sight. Zhang Xiaohu shrugged and said, "Maybe I heard wrong. Let's go." After saying that, he was about to pull on the reins. Suddenly, he stopped and said, "Second brother, I heard it again. It was indeed two women crying for help. It's just by the roadside. Look, it seems to be in the forest over there." Zhang Xiaohu looked at the forest in the distance. He hesitated for a moment. Soon after, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Xiaohua, there are things a man should do and there are things he shouldn't do. Let's go to the forest and take a look. If there's no movement, then it's fine. But if there's something unfair, you and I have learned martial arts together." After he finished speaking, he whipped his horse and left the main road, galloping through the forest. Zhang Xiaohua immediately followed, smiling as he walked. "Second brother's words are exactly what I was thinking. I thought you were timid all the way and would shrink back when you saw something like this." Zhang Xiaohu laughed. "I don't want to cause trouble, but it doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. If a woman calls for help, you and I have to hide. Then we might as well go back to the Guizhuang house and farm. Why do we need to learn martial arts?" The two red horses ran very fast. Soon, they came to the edge of the forest. On the way, Zhang Xiaohu also heard the faint cry for help in the forest. He couldn't help but speed up. But just when he reached the edge of the forest, he heard someone shouting in the forest. "Those who want to enter the forest, listen. This is the master of Shitsui Mountain. He is doing business here. Unrelated people, don't come close." Shitsui Mountain. Hearing these three words, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but look at each other. Zhang Xiaohua hated the strong man of Shitsui Mountain to the bone. Unfortunately, when he was bullied that day, he only had the strength to tie up a chicken and could only be a fish. Moreover, at that time, the three leaders of Shitsui Mountain were killed by Lu Mingyue, so Zhang Xiaohua forgot about it. But now, hearing that the strong men who had been defeated gathered again and bullied men and women, he couldn't help but be angry. Hearing the woman's desolate cry for help in the forest, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but recall the helplessness of his sister-in-law that day. How could he bear it? He rushed into the forest on his horse and shouted, "Your young master is always meddling in other people's business. I want to see what Shitsui Mountain is." Zhang Xiaohu watched from behind and was also shocked. The ancients said, "Don't enter the forest." The forest was often a hotbed of traps. How could Zhang Xiaohua know that? He rushed into the forest. Zhang Xiaohu was afraid that his brother would be hurt, so he quickly followed in. When they entered the forest, they saw that there was an open space in the middle of the forest. In that open space, there was a small and exquisite carriage. The carriage was very exquisite, but the carriage's roof had already been removed, revealing the two girls sitting in the carriage. Their clothes were already disheveled, and their small faces were pale with fright. The two of them hugged each other and tried their best to shrink to the side of the carriage, avoiding the two topless men who were grabbing at them by the side of the carriage. The carriage was so small that the two strong men could reach out and grab them. They struggled for a long time but failed. They were just playing with them. The two girls didn't know that. They were still hiding and shouting for help, which only made the people around laugh. There were 6 tall horses beside the carriage. 2 of them were empty, and the other 4 strong men were sitting on the back of the horses. They were coldly looking at Zhang Xiaohua, who rushed in. The girl who called for help had already heard the sound of horse hooves and Zhang Xiaohua's shout. Her panicked eyes were already filled with joy, but when she saw Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu behind her, the spark of joy was extinguished instantly. What followed was a desperate expression. She thought that if he had the courage to come to the forest and was not afraid of the bandits of Shitsui Mountain, he must be a strong man or at least a group of people. But when she saw a young boy coming in, and he didn't look like a muscular man, she felt that it was not a case of helping someone who saw injustice, but a case of sending a sheep into a tiger's den and walking into a trap. Therefore, the 2 girls couldn't even cry for help. Seeing the 2 strong men's hands grabbing their shoulders, they were too lazy to move. Chapter 223. There was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. The 2 girls seemed to have accepted their fate. Not only had they fallen into the hands of strong men, they had also implicated 2 youths in their prime. The 2 naked men beside the horse carriage seemed to have understood the girls' thoughts. With a sinister smile, they reached out to grab the girls' shoulders and tore off their clothes. Seeing this situation, Zhang Xiaohua did not care about the warning looks of the 4 men in front of her. 2 of them had even turned their horses around to face her. Instead, she tapped her feet on the stirrups and used the horse's momentum to leap up from the horse's back. She flew over the heads of the 4 men like a large bird and flew towards the horse carriage. With Zhang Xiaohua's current level of qinggong, it would be difficult for her to use it so elegantly. However, she was sitting on the horse's back and was using the horse's momentum. Zhang Xiaohua's qinggong was not good, but Zhang Xiaohua knew quite a bit of qinggong techniques. Since she could easily fly in the air, then controlling her body and landing point was extremely easy for her. Besides, if she really could not do it, then she could just use the levitation technique. She could not possibly make a fool of herself when she had just pulled out her sword to help. However, when Zhang Xiaohua flew above the horse carriage and above the heads of the 2 bandits, she did not know what to do. The Big Dipper magical fist did not have any moves that came from above. The left-hand sword moves were all moves that came face to face. How could she subdue the enemy from above? In a hurry, Zhang Xiaohua did not have any good ideas. She could only use the 1,000-pound fall martial art to smash towards the 2 bandits like a meteor. At the same time, her 2 fists did not care about any moves or changes as she smashed towards the 2 bandits' heads. The 2 girls stared blankly at this unbelievable scene, and their eyes lit up. As for the 2 bandits, they were facing Zhang Xiaohua, so how could they know what was going on behind them? Seeing the 2 girls in a daze, their hearts itched. But before they could tear their clothes apart, they felt a huge force on their backs, and then their heads were smashed like hammers. Their vision turned black, and they lost consciousness. Zhang Xiaohua knocked the 2 bandits unconscious before clapping her hands and turning around to face the 4 bandits on the horse. Of the 4 bandits, 2 had already turned their horses around to welcome Zhang Xiaohua. But when Zhang Xiaohua flew away, she left them facing Zhang Xiaohu, who was coming from behind. As a result, the 4 bandits fell into the pincer attack of the 2 brothers, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu. When the 4 bandits saw this, they immediately pulled out a steel knife from their waists with a whoosh sound and became alert with nervous expressions. One of the older bandits called out, "Who are you 2? You didn't listen to our advice and forcibly intervened in the business of Shitsui Mountain. You even hurt our brothers. Aren't you afraid of the revenge of Shitsui Mountain?" Zhang Xiaohua sneered and said, "You Shitsui Mountain are so prestigious. You bully men and take women in broad daylight. Do you really think you are a big shot? Business, it's really good business." The bandit saw Zhang Xiaohua's arrogance and didn't know his background, so he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only say, "Brother, Shitsui Mountain has always been in the business of robbing houses. This kind of business is common. It's just that I met 2 brothers today, so Shitsui Mountain has to give way this time. Please tell me your name so that I can go back and explain." At this time, a black-clothed bandit next to him was a little impatient and said, "Brother Sue, don't talk to him. There are only 2 of them here. I don't believe that they have 3 heads and 6 arms. They can beat us with 4 steel swords. I think we should chop them first, and then we can have fun." When the 2 people next to him heard this, they were also quite tempted. Although Zhang Xiaohua showed a beautiful kung fu just now, after all, there was an element of trickery. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu were young and didn't have weapons hanging on their waists. If they really fought, they might not be the opponents of the 4 people. Seeing that the 4 people were a little tempted, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "That's good. Do you want to come one by one? Or do you want to come together? Let me teach you a lesson so that you know what it means to be blind. However, you have to remember what it means to have no eyes, and fists and feet are ruthless." After that, she got into a posture and waited for them to take action. The bandit who spoke was a little tempted at first, but it could be seen that Zhang Xiaohua was not afraid at all. He also hesitated. Seeing that the young man had an extraordinary momentum and didn't take Shitsui Mountain seriously, he must be a disciple of a famous sect who came out to gain experience. His Shitsui Mountain was just a group of bandits. Although they had some martial arts and were comparable to the big sects in Jianghu, they were not even qualified to carry shoes for them. Moreover, he was not the master of the mountain. If he provoked a strong enemy for the mountain, the master would be the first to not let him go. In this case, why should he make trouble for himself? The bandit immediately wanted to retreat. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu rode forward and scolded, "Little Seven, what's wrong? Don't you think your hands are stained with blood enough? If you hadn't killed people last month, would Master have sent you to this desolate place? You even dragged me along with you. Look, Master doesn't let you carry weapons. Isn't it because he wants you to be careful and not to use force for everything and kill people?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately stopped his movements and said, "I just killed a dozen strong people. What's the big deal? Who let them have ideas about my horse? Hey, so what if I don't let you carry weapons? Do you think I can't kill people with my bare hands?" When the bandits heard this, cold sweat immediately flowed down their backs, and their hearts became uneasy. Zhang Xiaohu turned to the bandits and said arrogantly, "We are the disciples of the Dalan Temple. We follow Master's order to travel in Jianghu. On the one hand, we want to see the martial arts of our friends in Jianghu. On the other hand, we want to accumulate merits. Although my junior fellow apprentice is young, he has a bad temper. On the way, he doesn't accumulate merits like us, but he has done a lot of things that go against the harmony of heaven. Just now, when we entered the forest, we heard from our friends that this was a business of Shitsui Mountain and they didn't want us to intervene. However, I don't know whether our Dalan Temple is qualified to intervene." The bandits just laughed foolishly and didn't dare to answer. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "Third senior fellow apprentice, do you think that Master asked me to accumulate merits? Does helping out when I see injustice count as a merit?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "You only know how to cause trouble. Didn't Master say that helping others is also a virtue? It's a traditional virtue. We should pass it down from generation to generation and praise it." Then he said to the bandits, "Don't you think so?" The bandit who spoke immediately nodded and said, "Master is right." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Since it's such a virtue, if there is a chance for me to help out, please give it to me so that I can accumulate merits and achieve virtue so that I can return to the temple early." "Yes, Master is right. We will definitely give you a chance to help out. This time is it. You must accept it." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Seventh junior fellow apprentice, since they are so polite, you don't have to refuse. Why don't you stop and don't get involved in any more sins? What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua looked indifferent and said, "All right then. Since these people are so tactful, I'll let them off for the sake of third senior fellow apprentice." Then he lifted his foot and kicked the 2 bandits who had fainted on the carriage to the side. Then he grabbed the shed that hadn't been completely dismantled and used it slightly. With a clatter sound, he dragged it to the ground. Then, he didn't look at the two girls in the carriage who were confused. He turned his head and looked at the horse whose reins had been cut and was eating grass. He walked a few steps to the front and pulled the reins to the side of the carriage. The horse was eating happily, so how could it listen to him? It only turned its head and dodged to the side, continuing to eat grass. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua simply threw the reins and walked to the side of the horse. He held the horse's abdomen with his hand and said with a smile, "This guy is quite greedy." Then, he exerted force with one hand and a scene that the bandits of Shitsui Mountain would never forget appeared. This humble young man from the Dalan temple actually held the huge horse with one hand and walked easily to the front of the carriage and put the horse down. Then, without the slightest disorder in his breathing, he said with a smile, "Third senior fellow apprentice, I don't know how to harness the horse. You do it." Zhang Xiaohu squinted at the bandits who were stunned by Zhang Xiaohua's strength and said, "I don't know how to do this kind of rough work. It's better to let the brothers of Shitsui Mountain help." The bandits were thirsty and couldn't hear clearly, so they still stood there in a daze. Zhang Xiaohu frowned and snorted, saying, "What are you waiting for? Do you want us to harness the horse by ourselves?" The bandit who had spoken just now came to his senses and threw away his cold facade. He hurriedly jumped down from his horse and said as he walked, "No need, no need. How could I trouble a master to do such a menial job? I'm used to it." After that, he looked at the men who were still in a daze and scolded, "Why don't you come and help?" At this time, those men also woke up from a dream. They quickly got down from the horse and ran to the front of the carriage to help harness the horse and tidy up the carriage. However, they also consciously kept a distance from Zhang Xiaohua for fear that if they were close to him, he would grab them with one hand. Perhaps, he would throw them up into the sky and tear them in half. This divine strength was worthy of being a disciple of the Dalan temple. After the carriage was harnessed, the bandit came over with an obsequious smile and bowed. He said obsequiously, "Master, the carriage has been harnessed." Zhang Xiaohua looked and nodded, saying, "Well, I'll let you go for the time being since you're diligent. However, you can be forgiven, but you can't escape punishment." When the bandits heard this, they were shocked and said, "Master, please spare our lives." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's fine. Why would I want your lives? This young master's hands are tight these days. Quickly throw all your money, including banknotes, onto the carriage. This young master wants to eat and drink to his heart's content tonight." The bandits looked at each other. They had always been robbing others, but today, they were robbed. And this person was a disciple of the temple. Chapter 224. Zhang Xiaohua saw that the bandits were hesitating and laughed, "There really are some who don't have eyes. It's not easy for me to be kind, but you don't appreciate it." Finishing his words, he strode forward. The bandits immediately came to their senses and hurriedly took out the scattered silver and banknotes. They put them on the carriage and explained, "Master, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We didn't react in time, please forgive us." Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's behavior, he didn't look like a well-mannered disciple who came from a poor family. It further confirmed the rumors about his hands being stained with blood. If they could exchange the money for their lives, the bandits would be more than happy to do so. After all, the money was obtained through robbery. Wool comes from sheep's back. Seeing a small pile of scattered silver and banknotes on the carriage, Zhang Xiaohua said to the two girls on the carriage, "The two of you in the carriage, please help me count them. Keep them and give them to me later." The two girls, who had just recovered from their shock, quickly moved over. One counted the silver and the other collected the banknotes. Zhang Xiaohua didn't wait for them to finish counting. He walked to the front of the carriage and punched the horse's butt. The horse was in pain and neighed loudly. It immediately pulled the carriage and galloped away. The two girls on the carriage were caught off guard and staggered, almost falling. However, when they saw the carriage start to move, they immediately came to their senses and their faces were filled with surprise. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that the carriage had left, he used his lightness kung fu and quickly arrived in front of his horse. He did a somersault and stood on the horse's back. He called out to the bandits, "This young master is leaving. Don't send me off." Finishing his words, he sat down on the saddle and shook the reins, turning the horse away. Zhang Xiaohu ignored the bandits and also turned his horse around. He followed Zhang Xiaohua and rode out of the forest. After Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua left the forest for a long time, the bandits let out a sigh of relief. The older bandit tiptoed onto his horse and galloped out of the forest. Seeing that there was no one in sight, he returned. The others looked at the bandit and said, "Brother Su, the master of the Dalan temple has already left." "Ha ha ha, he's gone. That bald donkey has already left." "Ah!" Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. One of them said, "Amazing, he's indeed a disciple of a famous family. Just his aura alone was enough to scare us to the point that we didn't dare move. If we really fought him." "That's right. Just by looking at that young man's qinggong, I feel that we were very lucky to be able to escape with our lives this time. Also, you saw him lift that horse's dragon-elephant prajna with one hand. Do you think he used the Dalan temple's dragon-elephant prajna? I just don't know which level he has reached. Dragon-elephant, dragon-elephant, chna na 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 I've s's reads teat, forget it, who cares what's his martial arts. Anyway, that youth's strength is not something we can compete with. Plus, his lightness skill is so powerful. If he punches us, we'll probably be dead. Sigh, I think the most powerful one is still that third senior brother. He sat on the horse as steady as a rock. When he glanced at me, I was so scared that I didn't dare to move. I think his inner strength skill is also very high. Brothers, we're lucky to have survived today. Let's celebrate." "Yes, we should. Brother Su, but our money was all taken by that bald donkey. Where did we get the money?" At this moment, there was a groan from the ground. The two bandits who had been knocked unconscious by Zhang Xiaohua woke up. The bandits' eyes lit up and they swarmed forward. In a flurry, they immediately snatched the money pouches tied to the two's waists. The two bare-chested bandits had just woken up. Before they could even feel the warmth of the sun, they were immediately pushed around by the crowd. No one had any thoughts of being protective of the fairer sex. After the few of them walked to the side to divide the remaining money, the two bandits, who were still in a daze, came over and asked, "Brother Su, where are the two girls? You guys are so shameless. We obviously won the lottery, but you guys turned your backs on us. You didn't even knock us out. After you were satisfied, you didn't even leave us some soup to drink. What about the people and the carriage? Where did they go?" After the bandits finished dividing the loot, they looked at the two victims pitifully. Someone told them what had happened just now. The two of them touched the heads on their necks and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, they could still eat. One of them said, "TSK, I accidentally let those two girls go. What a pity." However, that young man just now seemed to be really powerful. I didn't even pay attention to him and he knocked down a huge force. Now I'm very puzzled. How could I not feel anything at all? At this moment, a slightly shorter bandit wearing yellow clothes said, "Hee hee, although the little fat sheep at the mouth temporarily ran away, we still have a chance." Brother Su smiled and said, "Kid, you're usually so smart. Why didn't you dare to say a word just now? Why are you boasting now?" The bandit said, "Brother Su, you also know that I'm good at talking. My hands and feet are much worse than the brothers here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten the soup. Bah, I want you to go and let you have a taste of being knocked unconscious." The bandit rubbed the bump on his head and said angrily, "Hee hee, although I'm not good with my fists and feet, it doesn't mean I'm not good with my hands and feet. Just now when I put the money away, I secretly smeared the 1,000 miles incense on the carriage." Ah, everyone was shocked and said, "How dare you? You don't want to live anymore?" The bandit laughed and said, "I was scared to death at that time. However, when I put the money away, I just happened to bump into the 1,000 miles incense. I saw the two masters of the Dalan temple. One of them was far away from the carriage and the other was sitting on the horse. They probably weren't familiar with this kind of method, so I wiped it on myself. And that makes sense. Brother Su nodded and said, although the two masters are good at martial arts, they are still from Buddhism. They definitely don't have as much experience in Jianghu as we do. They might not be able to smell it. Even if they could smell it, those baldies would probably think that it came from your brother's girls. Hee, these two masters are just passing by. They can't accompany these two girls forever. When they're gone. After saying that, he laughed lewdly at the bandit. Ha ha ha. The bandit's expression was no longer as frightened as before. That's right, I risked my life to do this. Brothers, what do you think of those two girls? There's nothing to say. If there's effort, there's gain. Next time, you'll definitely be the first. Thank you, thank you. Let's go, brothers. Let's go drink and have fun. A strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its old haunts. This was the truth. Whether you see injustice on the road or draw your sword to help, there will always be a time when you leave. You can pat your sleeves and leave, just like how you came quietly. You can leave a good reputation, but you can't take away the worries of others. Evil must be completely eradicated. Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu rode their horses and followed the carriage out of the forest. The horse was like an old horse that knew the way. It didn't need anyone to steer it, and it ran very fast. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua looked at each other and didn't say anything. They just kept urging their horses. When they reached the main road, they ran for a while. Seeing that there were more people on the road and more carriages, the two of them sighed in relief and laughed. The laughter was so loud that the two girls on the horse couldn't help but be surprised. Even the pedestrians on the road looked sideways. The two of them didn't say anything and just slowed down their horses. The clothes of the two girls on the horse were messed up earlier, but they weren't torn. They had already tidied themselves up along the way. The two of them sat in the carriage and didn't move. Others couldn't see any clues. Because no one knew how to drive the carriage was moving very slowly. It was a bit of an eyesore. When they arrived in front of a tea house, Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from the horse. First, she pulled the horse to stop the carriage. Then she said to the two girls with a smile, "Sisters, please wait for a moment. I'll hire someone to drive the carriage." But after saying that, she didn't move. One of the younger girls was very clever. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't move, she quickly handed over the scattered silver in her hand. The other girl also understood and quickly handed over the banknotes. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and took it. She found about 1 yuan and 1 tael of silver and put the rest into her clothes. Zhang Xiaohua walked into the tea house. Not long after, a middle-aged man came out behind her. Nonsense, there were many people who wanted to drive a carriage for 1 tael of silver. After receiving Zhang Xiaohua's instructions, the middle-aged man first went to the girl and asked for the name of the destination. Only then did he get into the carriage. With a whip, he struck the horse's body and the carriage once again sped towards Lu Town. However, when the girl told the middle-aged man the name of the destination, the name, for trees, fell into Zhang Xiaohua's ears. Wasn't this the place where young Master Li Jinfeng's family lived? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but look at the younger girl in the carriage. Although she was young, she was much older than Zhang Xiaohua. Just now, she only cared about coaxing the bandits of Shitsui Mountain and was busy saving people. She didn't look at the girl in the carriage. Now, when she looked at her, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but whisper, "Could this girl be Li Jinfeng's relative?" Zhang Xiaohua rode the horse to Zhang Xiaohu's side and told the reason. Zhang Xiaohu was also shocked and couldn't help but say, "It can't be so coincidental. Moreover, I didn't hear young Master Zhang Xiaohu say that he has a sister or something like that." However, when he looked at her, her eyebrows were very similar to Li Jinfeng's. Zhang Xiaohua's suspicions were confirmed. The carriage and two horses continued forward for the time it took to drink a cup of tea before they saw Lu Town. At this moment, a group of people rushed over from the direction of Lu Town. From afar, they could hear the clamor of people. At the front of the group were several people from the government wearing official robes. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. She secretly said, "Could it be that they are looking for the two girls?" Chapter 225. The two girls that were rescued from the forest were traveling in a carriage. Presumably, before they were robbed, there was at least a coachman accompanying them. There was no trace of the coachman in the forest, nor was there a corpse. Presumably, he had left first. At this time, the coachman returned home to report the news, and borrowed the power of the government to rescue them. This was expected. However, this time was delayed. If it wasn't for Zhang Xiaohua and the others, the girl's fate would be miserable. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua intentionally or unintentionally distanced herself from the carriage. That was because no one would be willing to see these people with the money they had just robbed, even if it was a brave and righteous person. Although Zhang Xiaohu didn't understand Zhang Xiaohua's meaning, he gradually slowed down his horse. Sure enough, the two girls in the carriage also heard the noise and raised their heads to look. The more they looked, the more surprised they were. Finally, when they saw clearly, the two girls didn't care if their clothes were neat and tidy. They stood on the carriage and waved to the crowd that was rushing over. When the crowd got closer, they finally saw who it was. First, there was an official riding a horse. He was tall and had a padao in his hand. Then, there were two white-haired old men in bright clothes. They were also sitting on horses. They were surrounded by 3 or 4 young men with weapons in their hands. Behind them were 7 or 8 bailiffs who didn't ride horses. There were also 10 or so farmers with rakes, sickles, and other tools in their hands. The leader of the government officials also had sharp eyes. When he saw the two women on the carriage waving their hands, he immediately led everyone to the front. Before the old man even reached the front, his eyes were already filled with tears. He shouted, "Feng her, my child." The other one's lips were trembling, unable to speak. When the two girls saw their relatives, they couldn't hold back their emotions. They called out for their father with tears streaming down their faces. When the two old men got off their horses and approached them, they each looked for their fathers and threw themselves into their arms, crying bitterly. Those bailiffs and people who came to help immediately put on a professional appearance and surrounded the carriage. They held their weapons and were on guard, as if they were ready to attack the abominable bandits at any time. The leader of the group even drew his padao and rode around on his horse. His eyes would look around from time to time, trying to find traces of the bandits from the people around him. The two women cried until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. Even the main road was somewhat blocked. Some people who wanted to watch the show wanted to go forward. However, the heroic and high-spirited appearance of the government officials made people want to separate. Only then did they avoid the big blockage on the main road. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. The head of the government had been strolling around for a long time, but did not find any clues. Very bored, he dismounted from his horse and walked in front of the grieving father and daughter pair. He said, "Minister Li and Minister Gao, since your 2 daughters have been found, it is not a good idea to just cry and weep here. Even if you want to ask something, after all, it involves the girl's innocence. It is not convenient. Why don't you go home first and reunite with your family? You can properly ask the reason behind this, and then you can make a fuss about it. How about it?" The two old men wiped their tears and repeatedly said that it was a good idea. Only then did they pack up and get on their horses. When they got on the carriage, the bailiffs had already pulled the hired driver to the side and replaced him with one of their own. The driver smiled apologetically and said, "Head supervisor, I was just drinking tea at the tea house. I was hired by a young man on a horse for 1 tael of silver to drive this carriage for them. Now that you are all here, I will go back to the tea house and drink tea." Young man. When the head supervisor heard this, he quickly looked around. This road was not empty, so where was the young man on a horse? Thinking about it carefully, he remembered that when they first arrived, there were indeed 2 people on horseback behind the carriage. However, he did not pay attention at the time and naturally did not see clearly. Could it be that they were the bandits? At this time, the two women also came back to their senses. They were only focused on venting their grievances and forgot about their savior. If they looked for him now, where would he be? The two had to make up their minds to wait until they reached home. Unable to find the young man, the head supervisor said to the driver, "We can't find a witness. You are the only witness other than the two women. Come with us. You don't have to speak now, but I can use every word you say as evidence in court and pass it on to our county magistrate." "Oh my God, head supervisor, I am innocent. I am just greedy for a tale of silver. I have the noble intention of helping others, so I drove the carriage. From the time I drove the carriage to here, it was only the time to drink a cup of tea. You are taking me away. I have been law-abiding all my life, and have never been to the yamen." "Hee, look at what you are saying. Our yamen is an advanced work unit in Lu Town. We have always followed the policy of, we will never let a bad person go, but we will never wrongly accuse a good person. You can rest assured. Besides, with your driving skills, who would believe that you can earn a tale of silver in the time to drink a cup of tea? It is better to obediently cooperate with our investigation and go to the yamen to drink tea first." Without any explanation, after tricking the driver, the bailiffs went back to Lu Town with their heads held high. The people who saved the two girls were also in a good mood. Their kindness was greatly satisfied, and they went back noisily with sickles, hoes, and other things. Only the two women looked back from time to time, as if they were trying to find the lay disciples of the Dalan temple on the gradually darkening road. In fact, when the two women stood up and waved to the old man in the crowd, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu stopped. They didn't mind being heroes and receiving cheers from the crowd to satisfy their self-esteem. In addition, they also didn't mind giving some thanks. However, the involvement of the yamen people was a bit of a headache. These people always appeared when the task was done, and they always appeared when they were earning merits. However, they earned merits legitimately. They even had a legitimate reason to invite you to the yamen for tea, investigate your 3 generations, and explain your heroic actions as a natural reaction to your despicable mentality. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu retreated. Just as the yamen runners and townspeople surrounded the carriage, the two urged their horses to gallop past them. Nonsense, the sky was getting dark. If they didn't hurry, they probably wouldn't be able to make it back to Guizhuang House before nightfall. The two rode along the main road to Lu Town. When they were close to the town, they turned to the north. It was really a familiar road to Guizhuang House. Along the way, the two didn't speak. Zhang Xiaohu didn't ask Zhang Xiaohua why he disguised himself as a lay disciple of the Dalan temple. He also didn't ask why he robbed the bandits. He also didn't ask why he didn't claim the honor of being a good Samaritan. It wasn't just because Zhang Xiaohu felt more and more that his younger brother was slowly maturing. He was slowly doing things that he couldn't do. He was slowly getting out of his own protection. He was slowly changing from the role of a protector to the role of the protected, or even a supporting role. The most important thing was that neither of the two brothers wanted to talk. They were both savoring the feeling of returning home. It was a strong feeling of homesickness that enveloped their entire body. Homesickness was the feeling of every wanderer. The closer they were to home, the more timid they felt. The road from Pingyang City to Lu Town wasn't familiar. The thought of returning home was still stuck in his mind. It was just a kind of longing. Now that he was on the familiar road, an indescribable feeling spread throughout his body and mind. He felt lazy and didn't want to move. He felt at ease and comfortable. Even the vital qi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians didn't want to flow. The moment Zhang Xiaohua stepped on the familiar road, he couldn't help but be touched. His state of mind immediately improved a lot and he felt quite enlightened. The sun in the west had already set, leaving only a touch of red in the sky. It was faint and indistinct. The entire earth was a dim yellow. A few stars had already appeared in the green sky in the east. They blinked and looked up at the road Zhang Xiaohua was on. As the ancients said, an old bull also understands the value of youth. It gallops without a whip. This handsome horse also knew. It seemed to have sensed the two's eagerness to return home. When the horse reached this road, it naturally galloped faster than before. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how second brother felt. He only wondered how the family was like. Father and mother must be old. They hadn't seen each other for 2 years. They must be worried at home. Their hair must be much whiter and there must be more wrinkles on their faces. What about elder brother? He was the only one at home who had to do a lot of work. He wouldn't be so tired at such a young age, would he? There was also eldest sister-in-law. She used to be a pretty girl from a humble family. After marrying into the Guizhuang house and becoming a farmer's wife, her hands must be rough and her face may not be as fair as before. Sigh, the family relied on digging for food. How could they not work? He didn't know if eldest sister-in-law was used to the wind and rain. Oh right, there was also Mr. Liu. He didn't know if he was used to living in the Guizhuang house. When he left, he looked very energetic. They hadn't seen each other for 2 years. Was his body okay? He didn't know if the chicks, ducklings, and big fat pigs were okay. And he should let mother slaughter a fat pig. He hadn't eaten mother's red braised pork for a long time. He missed it so much. Also, he hadn't burned incense for grandmother's grave. Was she okay in a foreign place? Could she see his longing? Unconsciously, Zhang Xiaohua's heart surged with emotions. Thousands of thoughts came one after another. The Jinqi that was just lazy suddenly seemed to be stimulated. It suddenly flowed rapidly. Zhang Xiaohua was in a daze. She didn't notice it and gradually lost control. The path of cultivation was about balance. Zhang Xiaohua's progress had always been slow. The perception of Jinqi and the cultivation of Jinqi were all very slow. Of course, it wasn't that Zhang Xiaohua didn't work hard. It was just that the vitality of heaven and earth was limited. How could it catch up with Zhang Xiaohua's usage? However, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation of the state of mind advanced by leaps and bounds under his repeated stimulations. There were also some unknown factors that caused her to reach a stage of thin but thick hair. Her shallow cultivation had long been unable to match her state of mind. Usually, her mood was indifferent and didn't stand out. But when she returned to her hometown, her mood surged. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua's first crisis since she started cultivating appeared. Chapter 226. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohua's emotions were surging. Thousands of thoughts were running through her mind. The true qi in her body was out of control and was rapidly flowing through her meridians. She wanted to catch up to his state of mind that had long surpassed hers. However, how could it be so easy to gather and refine the true qi? This cotton-like true qi twisted in her empty meridians and quickly became a flow. When Zhang Xiaohua came to her senses, the true qi had already spread throughout her entire body's meridians and spread to her limbs and bones. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly shocked. Her limbs couldn't move, and even her eyelids couldn't move at all. Usually, she would always tell second brother about qi deviation and qi deviation. It seemed that this time, she was really qi deviation. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to open her mouth and call out to second brother, but how could she say anything? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua's body was light and the horse didn't carry much weight. Zhang Xiaohua's horse had already run more than 2 lengths away from Zhang Xiaohua's horse. Zhang Xiaohua was lagging behind, so how could he see Zhang Xiaohua's appearance? Moreover, at this time, Zhang Xiaohua's mood wasn't any worse than Zhang Xiaohua's. He was only looking at the end of the road, which was not far away from his hometown. He was completely focused on returning to the Guizhuang house as soon as possible. How could he have expected that Zhang Xiaohua would enter qi deviation at this time? There was only one road from Lu Town to the Guizhuang house. Although it wasn't perfectly straight, there weren't any forks either. Therefore, even though Zhang Xiaohua didn't deliberately control the horse continued to gallop forward. There was nothing strange about it at all. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what the final result of qi deviation would be. He only felt that his whole body was hot and dry. Countless strands of true qi were flowing everywhere. His whole body was out of his control. Zhang Xiaohua's heart seemed to have sunk to the bottom. Even in the face of heaven's thunder, his heart was slightly shaken. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't afraid of any setbacks or tribulations. Even qi deviation didn't make him feel the slightest bit of fear. It was just that this qi deviation came at the wrong time. Even if it was at Huanxi Villa, Misty School, or on the way back, he could face it with a relaxed attitude. However, right before he was about to return to the Guizhuang house, he and his second brother had been away for 2 years. His family members in the Guizhuang house were all worried about him. They were all afraid that bad news would come back from the outside. Furthermore, he had experienced a life and death separation in the past 2 years. After all, his family members didn't know about it. Even his second brother didn't know about it in detail. If he were to enter qi deviation in the Guizhuang house and get seriously injured, or even lose his life, wouldn't it leave a deep wound in his parents' hearts? He didn't know what his parents would think and do if they saw him unable to move. Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt very bitter in his heart. Not long after, they were nearing the Guizhuang house. After turning the last hill, they would be able to see the full view of the Guizhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua was still stiff on the horse, moving his eyes with some difficulty. Gradually, after turning the hill, on the right side of the road, he could see the familiar, long-lost, dreamy, and soul-stirring Guizhuang house from afar. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua's eyes swept over the small village, at that moment, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Standing at the entrance of the village was a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figure. She was looking in his direction, as if the night was coming. She wanted to turn around, but she couldn't bear to do so. She also turned her head back to look. Although she was far away, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see the disappointment, reluctance, and relief in her eyes. Wasn't this the mother he was worried about? In an instant, a stream of heat appeared in his eyes, his nose began to ache, and his heart began to burn. At the same time, an unknown and mysterious place in the depths of his mind began to flicker in response to Zhang Xiaohua's emotions. A lively and refreshing feeling arose spontaneously, and like a flood, it immediately seeped into Zhang Xiaohua's body. As soon as the chaotic strands of true energy entered his body, they immediately calmed down and obediently flowed back into his meridians. In the blink of an eye, all of the true energy had returned to his meridians and began to flow slightly faster. It was even more lively than before. Zhang Xiaohua was still unaware of the changes in the Jinqi in his body. He only looked at his mother in the distance. His eyes were already blurred. A sentence was stuck in his throat and he couldn't say it. At the entrance of the village, Guo Sufei, who had been watching for a long time, didn't find anything. Just as she was about to enter the village, she seemed to hear the sound of a horse's hooves. She half turned her head back to confirm. However, Zhang Xiaohua was still small and had just turned around the mountain. Naturally, he couldn't see it. Guo Sufei saw that it was a tall horse. Although she couldn't see clearly who was sitting on the horse, she still sighed in her heart. She turned around again and prepared to enter the village. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. He finally shouted out the words he had been holding back for 2 years, "Mother." However, the horse he was sitting on didn't know that it was already home. It continued to gallop down the main road. Hearing the familiar cry, Guo Sufei, who was about to enter the village, was shocked. She turned her head back in disbelief and looked at the horse that had completely galloped over the mountain. Wasn't that the child she saw every day in her dreams sitting on the horse? Was that the child who cried a mess when he left 2 years ago? Was that the child who made her go to the village entrance every evening to take a look? Was that the child who always made her worry about whether he was eating well, sleeping well, and growing taller? However, why was he riding a tall horse? Why was he still riding the horse? Why did he show no signs of stopping? Guo Sufei rubbed her eyes and staggered towards the main road. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu also turned around the mountain on his horse. He also saw his mother, who was about to run over here. At the same time, he also noticed that Zhang Xiaohua didn't turn the horse around and gallop down the main road. She also didn't tighten the reins and stop the horse. Instead, she continued to gallop down the main road. Thus, he loudly berated her, "Xiaohua, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and tighten the reins. Don't tell me you don't recognize your home." Hearing second brother's scolding, Zhang Xiaohua reflexively withdrew her hands. Immediately, he was ecstatic. My hands can move. In fact, he had forgotten that he had just shouted. The horses trained by the Misty School were naturally not ordinary. When Zhang Xiaohua tightened the reins, the horse knew that it had to stop and immediately slowed down. When the horse stopped, Zhang Xiaohua had already galloped quite a distance. He didn't have time to sit cross-legged and meditate to check the condition of his Jinqi. He immediately jumped off the horse's back and didn't care about preserving any Jinqi. He immediately used the levitation technique and rushed towards his mother's direction along the side of the road. Her figure was graceful and her speed was fast. Zhang Xiaohu was dumbstruck. Guo Sufei watched as she ran, afraid that her son would disappear from her sight. When Zhang Xiaohua jumped off the horse, her heart jumped. She only wanted to take a step forward and hug her son, afraid that he would fall. When Zhang Xiaohua flew over like a bird, her heart also jumped in fright. She thought that her son had really grown up. The roads in the countryside were bumpy and rarely flat. Usually, even if one was careful, it was hard to avoid spraining their feet. But today, Guo Sufei's eyes were fixed on her son. How could she care about her feet? Especially when she saw her son fly over, her mood surged. She wasn't careful and staggered. Her body tilted and she was about to fall forward. When Zhang Xiaohu saw this, he couldn't help but cry out. Although this road was dirt, there were still a lot of mountain rocks. If his mother fell on flat ground, it was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't be injured. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, her heart tightened. The true qi in her whole body's meridians surged. She used all her strength to step on the ground. Her body was like an arrow leaving the bow. She shot toward Guo Sufei like lightning. Just when Guo Sufei's body was about to fall to the ground, Zhang Xiaohua arrived in time. She held her mother's body with one hand and helped her up. Guo Sufei didn't seem to feel the lingering fear of falling. Instead, she held her son's hand tightly and was reluctant to let go. Zhang Xiaohua also looked at his mother's face that was close at hand. Tears flowed down his face. He called out, "Mother," and threw himself into Guo Sufei's arms. Guo Sufei also hugged her son. Her heart ached as she rubbed his head that had already reached the tip of her nose. She couldn't help but cry. Her mouth muttered, "Xiaohua, my son." After the two cried for a while, Zhang Xiaohu also led the two horses over. Guo Sufei raised her head and looked at her son who was already much taller than her. She also said, "Xiaohu, my son." She reached out her hand and touched Zhang Xiaohu's forehead. Zhang Xiaohu's eyes were red. He called out, "Mother," and tears almost fell. Seeing his mother reach out her hand, Zhang Xiaohu was a little embarrassed. He was almost 20 years old. How could he be like his younger brother? But in his heart, he also missed his mother very much. So, he stood there honestly and let his mother touch his head. In an instant, the sweetness of childhood immediately filled Zhang Xiaohu's chest. A man's self-esteem and face were thrown aside. Only his mother's love was the most real melody at this time. After a while, dusk was about to fall. Guo Sufei calmed her mind. She smiled and wiped her tears. "Look at me. I saw you at the entrance of the village. Quickly go back. Your father, big brother, and sister-in-law are still at home. Let's go home first." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Listen to mother. Let's go back quickly." After saying that, he forcefully pulled the two horses and walked back to the village. Zhang Xiaohua, on the other hand, was reluctant to part with his mother. He continued to let his mother hold him as they walked together. But as soon as Guo Sufei took a step, she felt that something was wrong. Zhang Xiaohua in her arms was so light that he didn't seem to have any weight. So Guo Sufei acted just like Zhang Xiaohua when he was young. She wrapped one hand around his waist and hugged him tightly. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother, do you still want to hug me? I'm already so big." However, Guo Sufei didn't say anything. Her tears flowed down again. She said, "Xiaohua, my son, it's really hard on you. Look at you. What have you done in the past 2 years? How did you become so thin?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and hurriedly said, "Mother, what's wrong with you? Aren't I perfectly fine now? I eat well, I wear good clothes, and I'm almost as tall as you. How can I be thin?" Guo Sufei said with tears in her nose, "Xiaohua, don't lie to me. Quickly go home. I'll definitely nourish you well. The two butterflies are very sensitive. That's how it is. The topic needs to be changed. The style also needs to be changed. Writing an article requires one to be able to send and receive it freely. There are enough details. Now it's time to put it away. Everyone, wait and see." Chidian Chinese website welcomes readers to read the latest, fastest, and hottest serial works at Chidian Originals. Chapter 227. Zhang Xiaohua was even more baffled. He didn't know why his mother was like this. Moreover, he also had a very strange feeling in his heart. It was just that he couldn't tell what was strange about it. Guo Sufei hugged her youngest son with one hand and her second son's hand with the other tightly. She walked towards the village as if she was afraid that the two would suddenly disappear. At this time, it was dinner time in the village. There was no one at the entrance of the village. After entering the village, the number of people gradually increased. However, at this time, it was already dusk. If it wasn't for Zhang Xiaohu's two tall horses that were very eye-catching, perhaps no one would have noticed the return of the two villagers. Guozhuang House was a slightly remote and isolated small village. Although there was a road not far from the entrance of the village, after all, the villagers were too poor. Tall horses were very rare. Usually, the extravagant way of traveling was a donkey cart. Even when Zhang Xiaolong married, he only had a horse that wasn't very strong. However, on that day, that horse was actually able to pull 4 people back. Thinking about it now, it was extremely rare. Zhang Xiaohu was leading 2 large horses with one hand. The villagers usually dealt with livestock when plowing the fields, so naturally, they could tell that the 2 horses were majestic. Immediately, many people gathered around to watch. From time to time, there were children from the village who came over to play, running in front of and behind the horses. Fortunately, the date red horse was trained by the ethereal sect. It was also a good horse that was sent to flatter. No matter what, it was still a horse that had seen a lot of big scenes. Not only did it fight and kill, it had also seen a lot of blood. It was not disturbed by these children from the village. It only leisurely shook its head and casually swung its tail, as if it was playing with the children. When the children saw that the horse was as docile as the cattle at home, they felt more at ease and approached it. Many of the bolder ones had already touched its smooth mane. The older and sharper ones had already recognized the 2 brothers Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua. In the dim light they saw that the 2 were neatly dressed, which was far from what the villagers would wear. They were immediately surprised and thought about it in their hearts. They knew that the 2 were doing well outside. The villagers were simple and honest. Even if Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua's clothes were shabby, they might not laugh at them. But with such bright clothes, they were envious and not jealous. Many people came forward to greet them and invited them to eat at home. Guo Sufei knew that they were being polite and did not want to see it happen. She was happy and let her 2 sons return the greetings one by one to express their gratitude. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua had been outside all this time. They were very happy to suddenly see so many real faces. Moreover, the 2 of them had been outside for 2 years, so their temperament and outlook had become extraordinary. At this time, they were very polite and courteous when dealing with people. Guo Sufei heard this and felt sweet in her heart. While they were walking, they heard a call in front of them, Xiaohu. Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu looked up and saw that it was their father, Zhang Kai, who was hurriedly walking over from a distance. Zhang Xiaohua cheerfully called out, "Daddy." Soon after, he broke free from his mother's hand and ran forward. It was a different scene when father and son met. Zhang Kai held his son's hand and looked at it over and over again. He kept saying, "Good, good." Zhang Xiaohua leaned against Zhang Kai's side and felt very warm. However, that strange, or perhaps somewhat abnormal feeling appeared again. But at this time, how could he have the leisure to think about other things? He only held his father's big hand and was unwilling to let go. When Zhang Xiaohu walked in front of him, he saluted Zhang Kai and said, "Father, I'm back." When Zhang Kai saw that Zhang Xiaohu had come over, he was very happy and wanted to pull back his hand with a smile. Zhang Xiaohu's salute made Zhang Kai not know how to respond for a moment. When Guo Sufei saw this, she smiled and said, "This child, you've already returned home, yet you're still saluting your own father. It's strange that you regard him as an outsider." Zhang Xiaohu laughed embarrassedly and scratched the back of his head with his hand. Guo Sufei smiled and said to Zhang Kai, "Child's father, look at our Xiaohu. After going out, he's learned a lot about etiquette. He's even more refined than the scholars in the city." At this time, Zhang Kai's awkwardness also disappeared. He only smiled and said, "Good, good." Then, he also held Zhang Xiaohu's hand and was unwilling to let go. When Guo Sufei saw this, she said, "All right, let's not talk in the village. It's not too late to talk at home." Zhang Kai then came to his senses and said, "Yes, let's talk at home first. Your brother and sister-in-law are waiting for dinner at home." Then, he turned to Guo Sufei and said, "You're still talking about me. I saw that you hadn't returned for a long time, so I came looking for you. If you had returned earlier, would I have needed to come out and look for you?" Thus, the husband and wife each took a son and happily walked home, leaving behind the envious gazes of the villagers. From afar, Zhang Xiaohua saw the home of her dreams in the dusk. However, there were some changes to the home now. The walls were no longer short, and it seemed that one could see the central room at a glance. The door also seemed to no longer be a fenced door. When she pushed the door and entered, she was greeted with a burst of fragrance of flowers and trees. At a glance, the whole courtyard seemed to be a lot bigger. The whole courtyard was renovated into several small squares, and there were all kinds of plants inside. It was just that the night was dim, so she couldn't see clearly. When he took a closer look, there weren't many changes between the central room and his grandmother's hut. The only difference was that the stove had been renovated and was no longer exposed to the sun. At this moment, a figure came out of the kitchen and shouted, "Father, is mother back? The dishes have been heated up again." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and shouted, "Sister-in-law, we're back. How are you and big brother?" The person who came out of the kitchen was Lu Qian. When she heard Zhang Xiaohua's shout, she couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised and shouted, "Xiaohua, why are you back so late?" "Oh, Xiaohu is also back. Quick, come in. No wonder mother has been whispering about you two these 2 days. It turns out that your hearts are connected." Then, she shouted towards the central room, "Xiaolong, come out quickly. Xiaohu and Xiaohua are back." Zhang Xiaolong also ran out of the central room and looked at his two younger brothers in surprise. Zhang Xiaohua jumped in front of her big brother and intimately pulled on his sleeve. Zhang Xiaohu didn't dare to salute this time. He walked in front of Zhang Xiaolong and shouted, "Big brother." Zhang Xiaolong looked at Zhang Xiaohu, who was taller than him, and said with a smile, "Xiaohu, not bad, you've grown taller." Then, he reached out and patted Zhang Xiaohu's head. Zhang Xiaohu chuckled. He seemed shy, but his heart was warm. He felt a kinship that was even warmer than saluting and greeting. Lu Qian invited the family into the house and put down the dishes in her hand and said, "Xiaohu and Xiaohua are back. This dinner isn't enough. I'll go to the village to buy some cooked food, but I'm afraid there's no food left at this time. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly said, Sister-in-law, there's no need. We brought some food with us. Let's make do with it tonight. However, Guo Sufei didn't agree and said, We just got home. How can we let you eat dry food? I'll go take a look. Qianshan, go prepare some vegetables. With that, she was about to leave. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua both jumped up and wanted to go with their mother. However, Guo Sufei didn't let them and only said, It's a tiring journey. Let's sit at home more. The two couldn't stand it and had to sit down. After Guo Sufei and Lu Qian went to get busy, Zhang Kai said, Let your mother and sister-in-law go. You guys sit down and rest for a while. It's been 5 to 6 days since you came back from Pingyang City. You guys must be tired. Zhang Xiaolong also felt it. He took out a few teacups from the table and poured some tea. He smiled and said, Drink some tea first. You must be thirsty after walking for so long. Moisten your throats. We'll eat later. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said to Zhang Kai, Father, Pingyang City isn't far from our Guizhuang house. It's only 2 to 3 days' journey. We rode horses back and arrived in 2 days. When we went there, we took a carriage. It seems like it took 3 days. Zhang Xiaolong said, Oh right, Xiaohu, the horses you tied to the tree in the yard, do you have to feed them at night? What do they eat? Zhang Xiaohu said, Big brother, you don't have to worry about that. Ordinary fodder will do. I'll go after dinner. Zhang Xiaolong said, It's better for me to prepare early. Don't let these 2 big horses starve. They look very precious. Seeing that Zhang Xiaolong was about to go out, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly stopped him and said, Big brother, it's okay. We just fed them fodder at noon. Even if they are hungry now, it's not a big deal. The 3 of us brothers haven't seen each other for 2 years. Let's talk first. It won't be too late to feed them at night. Zhang Xiaolong paused for a moment, but still walked out and said, These 2 horses are borrowed from the escort agency, right? They are worth a lot of money. Don't let them starve. It won't be easy for us to explain when we go back. I'll be back soon. It's just some fodder. It'll be ready in a while. Zhang Xiaohu drank a mouthful of tea and also stood up and said, Big brother, I'll go with you. Zhang Kai didn't stop them. He smiled as he watched the 2 of them go out. He said to Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaohua, quickly drink some water. You've been running for 2 days. You're thirsty. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her father under the oil lamp and said, It's okay, father. I'm not tired. Riding a horse is fun. As she said that, she also picked up the teacup and drank a mouthful. In fact, she hadn't drunk a cup of water since noon. Just now at the tea shed in front of Lu Town, she found a coachman and forgot that she was thirsty. Now that she was home, her mouth was really dry. However, when the cup of tea entered her mouth, Zhang Xiaohua was so shocked that she almost stood up. The tea was sweet as it entered his mouth, making him salivate. It flowed down his throat and into his stomach, making him feel warm and comfortable. However, as soon as this feeling passed, a wisp of yuan qi emerged from his chest and flowed along his meridians. Without Zhang Xiaohua's refinement, it flowed into his dantian and merged with his jin qi. There was primordial qi of heaven and earth in this tea. How could Zhang Xiaohua not be shocked? She felt that she wanted to get the teapot again. Zhang Kai saw her and thought that she was thirsty. He quickly poured the tea for her and said with heartache, Xiaohua, look at how thirsty you are. Drink some more. Don't worry, you'll choke. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Father, I know. I'm not a child. Looking at Zhang Kai's kind eyes, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was warm. She was about to drink the tea to verify her discovery. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through her mind. She knew why she had a different feeling when she saw her father and mother. Chapter 228. That's right, it would be strange if they had the same feeling. In Zhang Xiaohua's mind, his mother's hair should be gray and wrinkled. His father's hair should be even whiter and his back should be bent due to exhaustion. His hands, which used to support him since he was young, should be unusually rough. His elder brother's hair should also be gray at an early age. His face was full of bitterness and hatred. His elder sister-in-law should have died early and looked like a village woman. However, what about now? Just now when she threw herself into her mother's arms, her hair seemed to be abnormally black and her skin was very good. Although there were crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, there weren't many. Her father's hand that held her hand just now seemed to be more delicate than when she left home. She didn't feel that it was rough at all. Moreover, when her father walked back, his back was straight. Her elder brother and sister-in-law didn't see it clearly, but it wasn't like what she imagined. Why was everything different from what she imagined? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Kai's black hair under the oil lamp and his face that didn't change much from 2 years ago when she left. She asked, "Father, why is your hair so black? I remember that when I left, your hair was gray." Zhang Kai couldn't help touching his hair and smiled, "Who knows? Last year, my hair slowly turned black and gray. This year, it was completely black. When the villagers asked me, I didn't know what to say. I could only say that it was dyed with herbs by the town's doctor." "That's right, your mother also had the same, and Mr. Liu behind the house. According to Mr. Liu, it should be because of the well water on the south slope. However, I don't think so. How can the well water be so magical?" Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved and asked, "Father, about the spring water, you didn't tell the villagers, right?" Zhang Kai shook his head and said, "Mr. Liu and your sister-in-law repeatedly told me not to tell them." "How can I tell them? Even if it's not because of the well water, I can't tell them because the South Slope village is so good." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said solemnly, "Father, this matter can't be told to others. Maybe the villagers don't have bad intentions, but there are too many bad people outside the village. If someone hears the news, our family will suffer." Zhang Kai smiled and said, "I know. Xiaohua, quickly drink water. Don't be thirsty." Zhang Xiaohua then remembered that she still had to verify her discovery. Sure enough, this time, the tea had the same reaction. The heaven and earth yuan qi really existed. Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened. His spring water was indeed extraordinary. It was just as Mr. Liu had said. His family's abnormalities were due to the spring water. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to explain these things to her family. After drinking a few more cups of tea, Zhang Xiaohua's thirst was quenched. Her qi also increased slightly. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think, drinking tea can also cultivate. It's really interesting. Do I have to drink tea every day in the future? Just as she was thinking, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaolong came back. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved, she poured a cup of tea for Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Second brother, you're also thirsty. Quickly drink some water." After that, she carefully observed Zhang Xiaohu's movements. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohu was the same as before. He drank it in one gulp and didn't have any abnormalities. Then, he raised the empty cup and said, "Good tea, it's really delicious." Another cup. Not long after, Guosufei also came back. Lu Qian cooked 2 more vegetarian dishes. The family then started to eat. Zhang Xiaolong asked, "Chanshan, do we need to call father over?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, but she immediately woke up. "Isn't that Mr. Liu?" Sure enough, Lu Qian smiled and said, "At this time, he must have eaten already. No need to call him. After a while, call him over to drink tea. He must be very happy to see Xiaohu and Xiaohua." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at her brother and sister-in-law under the light. Sure enough, there was no change as she thought before. Her sister-in-law was still beautiful. Even that kind of temperament was restrained. There was no shadow of a rural woman. Her brother was also dignified. Compared to before, there was a kind of elegance. If one didn't know the inside story, it was completely impossible to tell that he was a farmer in the countryside. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. How could the spring water give people knowledge? His big brother's temperament was just like Li Jinfeng's. This meal, Zhang Xiaohua ate happily. The taste of the food in Zhang Xiaohua's mouth may not be as delicious as the food in Huanxi Manor, but this kind of warmth and feeling was a world of difference. It made Zhang Xiaohua eat several bowls of rice and was reluctant to put it down. Lu Qian only ate a small mouthful of rice. She didn't dare to eat more. Zhang Xiaohua ate like this. Tonight's meal was not enough. After the meal, Guo Sufei and Lu Qian cleaned up. Everyone was about to sit down when they heard someone shouting outside, "Brother Zhang, is today's tea ready?" Lu Qian happily said, "Father, you are here. I was about to call you over. Xiaohu and Xiaohua are back." The person who pushed the door and came in was Mr. Lu. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua quickly got up and went to the courtyard to greet him. Mr. Lu was overjoyed and said, "No need for formalities, no need for formalities. When did the two of you come back? Why didn't you send a message beforehand? I heard that the escort agency often has a business of welcoming and delivering guests. It shouldn't be difficult to send a message." Zhang Xiaohu smiled wryly and said, Mr. Lu, I am no longer in the escort agency. Moreover, there are too many things to do. I really don't have the time. Moreover, we didn't think of sending a message to the family first. Hee hee. Mr. Lu stroked his beard and laughed. Young people are so careless. Zhang Xiaolong said, "Father, let's talk inside. The tea is already brewed." Xiaohu and Xiaohua just came back and just finished eating. Zhang Kai invited Mr. Lu into the house. Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at him from the side. Mr. Lu indeed had a head full of black hair and looked hale and hearty. He seemed to be younger than 2 years ago. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was about to speak, Mr. Lu waved his hand and said, "Xiaohu, don't say anything yet. Let's wait for your mother to come over first." Last time, young Master Li from Lu Town came over for the new year, but he didn't explain it clearly. The whole family wants to know about your experiences outside, especially your mother. During this period of time, she would go to the entrance of the village every night to take a look. Who would have thought that she would really be able to see you guys today? Zhang Xiaolong said, "You guys talk first. I will go help mother and the others." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't say much. She was very depressed. This could quench her thirst and cultivate at the same time. Why not? However, the consequences of drinking too much water were also serious. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Guo Sufei and Zhang Xiaolong to finish tidying up. They closed the courtyard door and went to the central room. Under the bright oil lamp and the eager gazes of the crowd, Zhang Xiaohu recounted how the two of them left Guo village 2 years ago, went to Lu Town, and then to Pingyang City. He also recounted how the two of them went to the escort agency to practice martial arts. He stayed in the escort agency while Zhang Xiaohua went to Huanxi Manor. Later on, he became an armed escort and went out to escort escorts. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohu skimmed over the hardships involved. However, Guo Sufei could only wipe away her tears as she listened. How could she not understand the hardships involved when a son traveled thousands of miles and was worried about his mother? After that, Zhang Xiaohu hesitated for a moment. He then told them about how he went to the seaside town as an escort, how he met Zhang Xiaohua by chance, how they came back together, and how the escort leader made things difficult for him. In fact, he didn't want to talk about this. However, if he didn't talk about this, he wouldn't be able to explain how he was accepted into the Misty School. He said that the escort leader made things difficult for him just to divert his family's attention. Sure enough, everyone was curious about how they met Zhang Xiaohua. They were immediately angered by the escort leader's rudeness. After that, Zhang Xiaohu talked about how Qiu Tong returned the money, how she made the Lotus Escort Agency lose face, how he was accepted into the Misty School, and how he had a noble status and so on. This turn of events left everyone dumbstruck. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong still didn't believe it. They asked, "Your master is Wen Wenhai, the hero who saved us in Lu Town?" Zhang Xiaohu said with certainty, "It is him." Zhang Kai said, "He doesn't seem to be that much older than you." Mr. Lu smiled and said, "Brother Zhang, you don't understand. In the martial arts world, the most important thing is that the one who has reached the top is the master. I've read some miscellaneous books before. In the martial arts world, it's nothing new to have someone younger than you as a master." Zhang Kai finally understood. At this time, Mr. Lu continued, "Ever since I found out that the two of you had gone to Pingyang City and were even making a living at the Lotus Escort Agency, I had specially asked my close friends to find out more. Only then did I find out that the Lotus Escort Agency was actually many times more powerful than the evil Tiger Gang in Lu Town. Moreover, they have always had a good reputation. Although this escort agency's business is somewhat dangerous, you don't know martial arts, so you don't have to worry about your life. However, from what you have said today, you have actually entered the Misty School and become the direct disciple of the sect's leader. This is undoubtedly your great fortune. However, this Misty School is not ordinary. That Lotus Escort Agency is merely a branch of the Misty School and already has such a reputation. The status and reputation of the Misty School in the martial arts world is not something that we can imagine. Just like what Brother Zhang said before, just a token from Hero Wen was able to make the evil Tiger Gang retreat. His status must be extraordinary. To put it bluntly, Xiao Hu, how did you manage to climb up his thigh? Hit the nail on the head. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled bitterly. This, Mr. Lu is extremely right. The Misty School does not even know who I am. For me to be able to enter the Misty School as a disciple, it is entirely because of Xiaohua's face. Ah! Everyone was shocked. They all looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Lu Qian even almost screamed out loud. She covered her mouth with her hand and stared with wide eyes at the young man who used to be so weak in her eyes. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and drank a mouthful of tea. She enjoyed the pleasant feeling of the vital qi entering her body and smiled as she said, "The matter, it is like this." Chapter 229. Subsequently, under everyone's expectant gaze, Zhang Xiaohua recounted how she left the Lotus Escort Agency, followed Qiu Tong into Huanxi Mountain Village, and gained the favor of the village master. Then, she recounted every detail of her life in Huanxi Mountain Village. Zhang Xiaohua did not mention Zhang Xiaohua's injuries and recuperation at the escort agency. Li Jinfeng also did not mention this when he told them, so Zhang Xiaohua naturally skipped over it. However, she still recounted with great interest how Li Jinfeng taught her how to read and write. Mr. Lu was very surprised and could not help but interrupt, "What? Xiaohua, you said that young Master Li Shuawen Jie enlightened you?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaohua replied very seriously, "Young Master Li said that the children of the wealthy families in Pingyang City were enlightened by that thick book. My brain is not very good and I am a slow learner. It took me a long time to master it." Mr. Lu did not know whether to laugh or cry. He took a sip of tea and explained the basic contents of the book as well as the true use of Shuawen Jie. Then, he concluded, "Xiaohua, I have to say that you are a genius. You actually memorized this ancient book used for explanation." Zhang Xiaohua only realized at this moment that Li Jinfeng was so funny. He actually used such a book to enlighten her. This was really unprecedented. However, on second thought, she was very grateful to Li Jinfeng. It was also because of Li Jinfeng's targeted enlightenment that she was able to master language and words in such a short time and understand fist techniques. If he had used something like the 3-character classic or the 1,000-character classic, she reckoned that she would not be able to understand any fist techniques, much less those books on medicinal herbs. Then, Zhang Xiaohua told them about how she started to read after she learned how to read and helped the mountain village solve the problem of planting medicinal herbs. Then, she talked about her long journey. The truth of her long journey naturally could not be told to her family. No matter the reason or the danger she encountered, they were all secrets in her heart. Even Zhang Xiaohu did not know much about it now. However, Zhang Xiaohu being able to enter the Misty School had a lot to do with her long journey. Zhang Xiaohua could only use the spring and autumn annals to roughly describe the part where she killed the old man in black to save O Yan. She directly said that in order to save O Yan, she sacrificed herself in front of O Yan. As for the details, she did not know the reason. The reason was that it was because it was already midnight and she had fallen asleep. At that time, it was because she had killed the old man in black to save O Yan. Guo Sufei did not care about the details. She cried and hugged Zhang once again, and said, Xiaohua, why are you so? Why are you? How, Zhang, why are you so many essays? S's, Li, SSSS, you, how? No matter how good the Manor Lord is to you, it is not worth it for you to exchange your life for it. Even though she knew that her son was sitting in front of her, Guo Sufei's heart still jumped. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Mother, actually, at that time, when I saw Manor Lord O, I thought of how good he was to me. It was as if he was my sister-in-law. If my sister-in-law encountered such danger, how could I just stand by and watch? Guo Sufei was speechless and said, How can you be so honest? Lu Qian said, Mother, you don't have to blame him. If Xiaohua did not treat him like this, how could he treat him like this? Guo Sufei did not think too much about it. She just hugged her son with heartache. Waiting for her mother's mood to calm down a bit, Zhang Xiaohua told her about how he met his second brother. He did not dare to say anything about how he was drifting in the river and recuperating on the way, for fear of making his mother sad again. When he met Zhang Xiaohu, he had already told her about what happened. Zhang Xiaohua did not need to say too much. Since Zhang Xiaohua risked his life to save the Misty School's leader's younger sister, then it was natural for Zhang Xiaohu to enter the Misty School. However, when it came to Zhang Xiaohua being able to give such a precious opportunity to his second brother, everyone felt gratified. When they went out to make a living, many people would forget righteousness at the sight of profit. Even family affection was weak. For Zhang Xiaohua to be so kind to his second brother, his heart was pure and kind. Later, Zhang Xiaohua talked about some interesting things in Huanxi Mountain Villa. As for the road of martial arts, he did not say a word. Except for Zhang Xiaohu, everyone was not surprised. They only thought that Zhang Xiaohua was just a servant in Huanxi Mountain Villa and did not practice a lot of martial arts. Guo Sufei only looked at her son lovingly. How could she put Zhang Xiaohua's amazing qinggong in her heart? Her heart only floated away with her son's words, accompanying the long-lost time and space. Zhang Xiaohua talked about interesting things like this. It was already very late. Unknowingly, a few hours had passed. Everyone was still immersed in the two's encounters in the past few years. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not talk about his participation in the martial arts exhibition, he described some of the details of the martial arts exhibition and the competition in detail. After all, this kind of thing was not something that people like Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei could come into contact with. Even Mr. Liu could not. Zhang Xiaohua was also excited. Sitting in his mother's arms, he talked happily and forgot the time. When midnight came, he was still talking non-stop. However, as everyone listened, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stopped. His body tilted and fell into Guo Sufei's arms. Guo Sufei was shocked and hurriedly called out to him. Everyone else also immediately stood up. Only Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Mr. Liu, father, mother, big brother, big sister-in-law, it's okay. He's always like this. I think it's already midnight. Didn't Xiaohua just say that he will definitely fall asleep at midnight? Isn't saving their manor lord like this? Moreover, when I came back from the south with him, he was also like this. Only then did everyone relax. Guo Sufei leaned over to listen to Zhang Xiaohua's snoring. Only then did she truly relax. Zhang Xiaolong said, Mother, let me carry Xiaohua to the small house. Lu Qian hurriedly said at this time, Xiaolong, wait a moment. I haven't tidied up the small house yet. Xiaohua and Xiaohu came back in a hurry and were busy cooking. I'll go now. After saying this, Lu Qian hurriedly left. Zhang Xiaolong's words caused Guo Sufei's tears to flow again. She said, "No, Xiaolong. You don't know, Xiaohua, he's pitifully light now. I can easily carry him." Ah! Everyone was very surprised. How was this possible? No matter what, Zhang Xiaohua was still a teenager. No matter how strong Guo Sufei was, it shouldn't be possible. Guo Sufei only thought that her youngest son suffered outside and became very thin. However, Zhang Xiaohu knew that his younger brother had always been greedy. The Huanxi manor would not mistreat the servants. How could his younger brother become thin? But his mother said that Zhang Xiaohua's body was extremely light. He immediately thought of the day of the martial arts exhibition when the team leader threw Zhang Xiaohua over his head. Thinking of Zhang Xiaohua's Big Dipper magical fist, Zhang Xiaohu became thoughtful and quickly explained to Guo Sufei, "Mother, although Xiaohua doesn't live with me, he's not too far away from me. I've also seen the food in their manor. It's not like what you think. It's many times better than what we usually eat. Moreover, Xiaohua only takes care of a few fields of medicinal herbs. It's much smaller than our family's farmland. It's definitely not the reason for suffering. Maybe it's because of his light weight." Cultivation of martial arts. Everyone was surprised again. "You're saying that Xiaohua also cultivates martial arts? You can practice martial arts because you're in the escort agency and entered the Misty School. Xiaohua also didn't have a master. How can he practice martial arts?" Zhang Xiaohu's face was filled with a bitter smile. He secretly said in his heart, "Not only can he practice martial arts, he's even better than me." His mouth said, "This, I'm not sure. It's better to ask him tomorrow." At this time, Lu Qian also came back and said that the small house had been cleaned up. Guo Sufei carried her son and wanted to go over. How could Zhang Xiaolong let his mother carry him? Mr. Lu also said, "In this dark, it's better to let the young people work." Only then did Guo Sufei let go of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaolong reached out and took him. Just like what his mother said, Zhang Xiaohua's body was very light. It was as if he was a child who played on his shoulders when he was young. After Zhang Xiaohua was put to bed, everyone returned to the central room. Zhang Xiaohu took out a pile of scattered silver and some small banknotes from his chest and said, "Father, Mother, this is what we brothers have earned in the past 2 years in Pingyang City. You can keep it. It's also a small token of our appreciation." Zhang Kai looked and said, "You should keep some for yourselves. It's inevitable that you'll need it when you're outside. It's not like the countryside where you can provide for yourself." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "It's okay, father. I'm in the Misty School and Xiaohua is in the Huanxi Manor. We don't need any silver. You don't have to worry about us." Guo Sufei shook her head and said, "It's better to keep some. You should buy some clothes for yourselves. Don't be looked down upon by others." Zhang Xiaohu said, "There's no need. The Misty School distributes clothes and so does the Huanxi Manor. If we buy our own clothes, we'll be different from others. My clothes are also from the escort agency. I don't wear the sect's clothes. You should keep the silver. It's not easy to earn money in the countryside." Zhang Kai nodded. Zhang Xiaolong motioned Lu Qian to come forward and take the money. After a quick count, Lu Qian couldn't help but cry out, "I-oh, there's a banknote worth 100 taels." Zhang Xiaohu said, "This is a token of appreciation from the Huanxi Manor's manor lord to Zhang Xiaohua." Only then did everyone come to a realization. In the village, they would usually only see copper coins. There were very few pieces of silver. The largest denomination that Zhang Kai's family had ever seen was a 50-tael silver note that was still hidden at the bottom of the cabinet. When Lu Qian saw such a large amount of money, she was naturally shocked. In fact, this 100 taels of silver was only a few taels of silver. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua's salary. The amount of silver that Zhang Xiaohua extorted from the bandits and ruffians was many times more than their salary, not to mention this 100 taels of silver. But how could Zhang Xiaohu tell this to his family? Those who came out to mingle had to pay. Who didn't pay? At this time, Zhang Xiaohu really approved of his younger brother's behavior. Chapter 230. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and saw the unfamiliar but comfortable house. Only then did she remember that she was sleeping in her grandmother's house. Zhang Xiaohua turned over and got up. It was still early. Zhang Xiaohu also slept late last night and had not woken up yet. Zhang Xiaohua went out of the house alone. The courtyard was quiet. The rising sun had just sent its first ray of warmth to this ordinary small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua stayed in the courtyard for a moment, then went out and went straight to the back of the house. Her grandmother's grave was very clean. The small grave mound was very clean and there was not even a blade of grass growing. At a glance, one could tell that someone often tidied it. Zhang Xiaohua saw it from afar and felt a dull pain in her heart. Walking to the grave, Zhang Xiaohua knelt on the ground in a daze. After a long time, a voice came from behind. "Xiaohua, I haven't seen you for a few years. You've grown up. You're also very good at dealing with people. If your grandmother's spirit is in the underworld, she would be happy." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly looked back and said, "Father, there are many things that I don't know if I'm doing right or wrong. However, as long as I feel that I can live up to my conscience, I will do it. Maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong, but it's better not to let myself regret it." Looking at his son's mature face, Zhang Kai said with relief, "Father is just a farmer in the countryside. I won't say anything unnecessary. As long as you think it's right, do it and don't regret it." "I know, Father," Zhang Xiaohua said, "I'm good at everything outside, but I miss home and grandmother." Zhang Kai said with a smile, "Your elder brother often comes to tidy up your grandmother's grave. Every time, he said that if there is any oversight, Xiaohua will not let him go. Everyone is like you. We all miss her. By the way, Father, you and elder brother have worked so much these 2 years. It's been hard on you." "It's nothing. We're used to it. We're not used to not working for a day." "Well, don't say so much. Go back and prepare the meal." After dinner, Zhang Xiaohua put down her bowl and chopsticks and said, "I'll go get some water." Lu Qian said, "There's no need. Xiaohua, your brother has been carrying water for the past 2 years. You should sit down and rest first." "No, you don't need to rest. Sister-in-law, I slept all night and have already recovered. I'd better do my old job." After saying that, he rushed out to get the bucket. Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian couldn't resist him, so they had to let him go. Zhang Xiaohua went out of the gate and walked towards the back slope. Many people in the village knew that Zhang Xiaohua and his brother had returned home in glory. Along the way, many villagers greeted him. Zhang Xiaohua responded with a smile. When they left the village, they saw fewer and fewer people. The land at the back slope was not good. There were not many people who cultivated the land. Even if they cultivated the wasteland, it was still some distance away from Zhang Xiaohua's land. It was still early, so no one came out. Zhang Xiaohua leisurely walked to the front of his land. Now that it was autumn, the crops were about to be harvested. Seeing that the wasteland he cultivated was full of fruits, Zhang Xiaohua was full of joy. After looking at his land, Zhang Xiaohua went down the slope and came to the back of the well. This time, he came to draw water, not only to draw water, but more importantly, to see what the mystery of the well water was, that it contained the qi of heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua put the bucket on the ground and looked around to see that there was no one around. Then he sat cross-legged and calmed his heart. According to the method of Carefree Heart Sutra, he released his perception. Once this perception was released, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. This kind of surprise was not inferior to that day in Zhang Qingyue's small courtyard. The qi of heaven and earth around the well was frighteningly rich. It was not inferior to the Misty School's pharmacy hall. Moreover, the qi of heaven and earth around the well was not like what Zhang Xiaohua had perceived before. It came from the top to the top, diffusing between heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that there must be something strange in the well, or there must be something rich in qi of heaven and earth that could emit qi of heaven and earth. Perhaps it was a primordial stone. However, according to Carefree Heart Sutra, primordial stones all contain qi of heaven and earth. How could they emit qi of heaven and earth? However, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was still shallow and he could not control his perception too far. How could he discover the secret in the well? In addition, since last night's qi deviation, Zhang Xiaohua had not had time to investigate his qi. At this time, he also used the method of Carefree Heart Sutra and found that the qi in his meridians was normal. There was no change. If there was any difference, it would be that Zhang Xiaohua felt that his qi was a little lively today, flashing slightly. The slope was such a good place to practice, so naturally, Zhang Xiaohua would not let it go. He unconsciously drew qi into his body, wanting to practice a little. However, as soon as he released his perception, just as he drew the qi of heaven and earth to his side, he suddenly felt a strong attraction above his right hand, leading his perception to deviate in that direction. Zhang Xiaohua's perception could not be released too far. It seemed that there was something there, but he could not reach it. Zhang Xiaohua immediately gave up on drawing qi. He opened his eyes, stood up, and looked at the direction. It seemed to be the field that he had just walked down. What could be there? Zhang Xiaohua did not understand. Every stone and soil in that field was opened by him. He knew it as clearly as his own palm. What was strange about it? However, he still threw down the bucket and returned to the field on the slope. He looked around, but there was nothing eye-catching. The field was full of crops. Could it be that it was buried in the crops? Zhang Xiaohua looked around and walked to the big stone lying on the side of the field. He sat cross-legged on it and released his perception. However, the qi of heaven and earth above the field was normal, not more than that at the mouth of the well. After his perception went around the field, he found nothing. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua repeated the same trick and prepared to draw qi into his body. However, just as he opened all the pores on his body to draw the qi of heaven and earth above the field, suddenly, a strong qi of heaven and earth swarmed into his body through the pores of his lower body. This kind of qi of heaven and earth was simple and mellow. It did not shrink after entering the pores. It directly mixed with the genuine qi in the meridians. It turned around in the meridians and returned to the middle dantian without being refined much. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that the big stone he was sitting on, was it the legendary primordial stone? However, weren't primordial stones as big as a broad bean or as big as a thumb? How could the primordial stone he was sitting on be bigger than a crouching cow? Was this really a primordial stone? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua no longer used the usual method of drawing qi into his body. Instead, he used the method of absorbing primordial stones recorded in the Carefree Heart Sutra. However, he changed the meridians of the Shaoyang Sanjiao meridians from his hands into the meridians of his legs and buttocks. Weren't they both drawing qi into the meridians? What was the difference? The absorption of the primordial stone was indeed very different from the absorption of the qi of heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua had just used the method to absorb the primordial stone when the boundless primordial qi under him seemed to want to push Zhang Xiaohua up to the sky. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to sit on top of a fountain and let the primordial qi wash into his body. His body was like a small boat in turbulent waves and he almost could not stabilize his body. Zhang Xiaohua had never thought that he would encounter such a strange phenomenon in such a situation. He could only calm his heart and concentrate on absorbing the primordial qi that entered his body. He guided it into his meridians and deduced how it flowed through his meridians. The true energy in his meridians gradually grew from the thickness of a cotton thread to that of a finger, and then continued to expand. This time, the speed at which the true energy rotated seemed to be much faster than before. As long as the true energy flickered, it would immediately flow a considerable distance. Zhang Xiaohua drew qi into his body with all his might and refined it with all his might. Unknowingly, he had entered a mysterious realm. It was as if the entire world did not exist and he was the only one in the world. His own qi drawing, his own refining, and his own thoughts were the core of the entire world. After an unknown amount of time, the qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body gradually reached a peak. His meridians could no longer hold this qi. Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts seemed to have been stripped away. He was very rational in controlling everything. With a turn of his mind, he advanced to the second level of the cultivation method according to the method shown in the Carefree Heart Sutra. Abundant qi filled his meridians. Suddenly, according to his thoughts, it rushed towards a certain place in his meridians. That place seemed to have a layer of membrane. No matter how abundant the qi was, it could not easily break through. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua continued to draw primordial qi from the primordial stones while controlling his qi to attack it. Once, twice, he did not know how many times he had attacked it. Zhang Xiaohua's mind gradually became tired, but the qi in his meridians had also reached a limit. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have understood something. He used all his strength to guide this qi and rushed towards that place without caring about anything else. A kacha sound was heard. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was struck by lightning. That membrane was actually broken through. The abundant qi seemed to have found a place to vent. Like a flood, Zhang Xiaohua's Carefree Heart Sutra had officially entered the second level of cultivation. Just as Zhang Xiaohua heard the sound of thunder in his heart, his entire body and mind suddenly entered a new realm, and a brand new feeling filled his entire senses. Zhang Xiaohua did not have the time to sort out these feelings, and silently activated the second layer of the Carefree Heart Sutra, using all his strength to mobilize the vital energy in his meridians, and in this new environment, he continuously refined it. This refining was not just a new meridians, but also the vital energy. When the vital energy was in the first layer, there was no room for it to be refined, and in this new meridians, more than half of it was refined. The second layer meridians connected with the first layer meridians at the place where Zhang Xiaohua attacked, forming a brand new meridians, and the originally abundant vital energy returned to its previous level after being refined. However, as the vital energy from the vital stones outside his body continued to be absorbed, the vital energy gradually expanded from the thickness of a cotton thread to the thickness of a finger, and the circulating speed was still very fast, and in a flash, it covered a certain distance. Chapter 231. Not knowing how much time had passed, Zhang Xiaohua felt that the yuan qi of heaven and earth in her body had stabilized. That extremely pure and abundant yuan qi entered her meridians and converged into the jin qi in her meridians. After a cycle of refinement, it was stored in her middle dantian. Zhang Xiaohua carefully discovered that the jin qi in her middle dantian was much richer than before. The quantity was about the same as before, but the quality was a lot worse. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua habitually released her perception. This release was not a big deal, but it still gave Zhang Xiaohua a fright. That perception was like an eye, able to see everything around her. It was not like before when she could only sense the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. She thought of the records in the Carefree Heart Sutra. Wasn't this the divine sense mentioned in the Heart Sutra? This was a remarkable ability that could be achieved when the Heart Sutra was cultivated to the 6th level or above. How could she know it now? Zhang Xiaohua very interestingly tried out the remarkable ability she had just learned. This divine sense was like Zhang Xiaohua had grown an extra pair of eyes. She could see up and down, left and right, front and back. Moreover, this divine sense was not just like a pair of eyes, it was more like Zhang Xiaohua had grown an extra antenna. That divine sense wrapped around the crops in the field. Zhang Xiaohua could really feel the heaviness of the crops. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to use her divine sense to break off the fruits on the crops. Unfortunately, after trying, she could not do so. Presumably, it was because she had just learned it and was not yet mature. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had just been cultivated and could not cover far. It could only cover an area of about 5 feet. However, this small distance already made Zhang Xiaohua very happy. It was like she had gotten a new toy. She played with it endlessly until she was tired. Then she felt it withdraw like the ebbing tide. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense approached her, she realized that she was not sitting on the huge primordial stone alone. Her second brother, Zhang Xiaohu, was also standing beside her anxiously. Her surroundings were not as bare as when she first arrived. There was already a rough thatched hut built around her. Now she was sitting cross-legged in this small thatched hut. Zhang Xiaohua was astonished. He opened his eyes and was about to stand up when he suddenly discovered that the world in his eyes was somewhat different from the past. It was as if a veil had been lifted. Looking outside through the gaps in the straw hut, the entire world was clearly layered. Even the straw beside him could see the spirit within. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but understand. His heart sutra had entered the second layer. This was the benefit brought about by the advancement of his cultivation method. Thinking up to this point, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel a trace of anticipation in his heart. If there were such changes after just cultivating the first level of the cultivation technique, what kind of changes would it be if he cultivated all 18 levels of the cultivation technique? Moreover, another question that had been in her heart for a long time floated up. The cultivation method and results of the Carefree Heart Sutra were clearly different from what He Tianshu had taught her. Was her inner strength cultivation method really an inner strength cultivation method? But if this Carefree Heart Sutra was not an inner strength cultivation method, then what kind of martial arts was it? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but frown. Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked out of the little straw hut. Zhang Xiaohu, who was standing at the side, was so anxious that he did not dare to walk. Just as he was worrying, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. Lifting his head, he saw Zhang Xiaohua coming out of the straw hut. His face immediately looked relieved. Quickly walking over, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua from head to toe and asked, "Xiaohua, are you all right?" Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and said, "What could happen to me?" "Second brother, are you all right?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Of course I'm fine. What could happen to me?" Zhang Xiaohua turned around and pointed at the straw hut and said, "If you're fine, why did you build a straw hut?" "I'm just going to sit here for a while." "Is there a need for this? Just sit here for a while?" Zhang Xiaohu acted as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He pointed at Zhang Xiaohua's nose and said, "Xiaohua, Xiaohua, do you know that you've already sat here for 9 days and 9 nights? 9 days and 9 nights. Zhang Xiaohua was also dumbfounded. She repeatedly asked, "Second brother, how is this possible? How is this possible? I feel like it's only been a while." Zhang Xiaohu's face was filled with envy as he said, "You're being suspected. It's just 9 days and 9 nights. How could you have such an achievement by practicing the spirit of the bull? I heard from my master that some internal experts would practice in seclusion for several days. You've only just started, so how could you practice in seclusion for such a long time?" Zhang Xiaohua thought about it and still chose to remain silent. It wasn't that she didn't trust her second brother, but Zhang Xiaohu was still a disciple of the Misty School. If she told him the truth, it would inevitably put him in a difficult position. Since that was the case, a white lie was the best solution. Zhang Xiaohu saw that Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak and thought that he was still immersed in the progress of his internal strength. He asked again, "Xiaohua, what level is your internal strength at now?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "How would I know? I don't have a master to guide me. I'm just practicing blindly, so I'm not very clear." Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly said, "It's okay, Xiaohua. When we return to the Misty School, I'll help you ask my master. He'll definitely tell me." Zhang Xiaohua heard and quickly said, "Second brother, please don't. I'd rather practice on my own. If I have any questions, I'll ask you. If I don't ask, don't look for hero when, okay?" Zhang Xiaohu saw this and could only nod. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly changed the topic and asked, "Second brother, what's the matter with this straw shed? Speaking of the straw shed, Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, "You're still talking about it. That day, didn't you rush to fetch water? We waited for a long time but you didn't come back. Big brother came to look for you and saw you through the bucket beside the well. He thought you fell into the well and was scared to death. He didn't have time to report it and took something to fish for you in the well. Naturally, he didn't get anything out of the well. So Big Brother ran back like a madman and didn't dare to tell Mother and secretly pulled me out. So Big Brother made a rope and tied one end to his body and the other end to mine. You know, Big Brother has always been better at swimming than me. He rushed down the well and I couldn't do anything about it. But he stayed at the bottom of the well for a long time and still didn't find any trace of you. At this time, Mother, Father and sister-in-law also felt that something was wrong and rushed over. You don't know how Mother cried at that time and Father didn't know how to comfort her. Fortunately, sister-in-law was smart and felt that you wouldn't fall into the well so easily. So we looked around. Big Brother found you on the edge of the field, but you were sitting there motionlessly and seemed to still be breathing. Seeing your smiling face, Big Brother didn't dare to touch you and called me over. I saw you meditating in the medicine hall's guest room during the martial arts exhibition, so I told them that you were cultivating your internal strength and that it was a critical moment and couldn't be disturbed. So I persuaded them to go back. Mother and Father naturally didn't want to go back, so I could only say that if they disturbed you, your life would be in danger. So they went back. Big Brother and I kept watch from afar, but soon it was night time and you still hadn't woken up. Mother was afraid that you would freeze, and she was also afraid that the villagers would come and disturb your cultivation. We couldn't explain it to them, so we built you a straw hut. This straw hut was hard to build. Big Brother and I built it from afar, then we quietly carried it over and covered you. It was just like covering a bird in the snow when we were young. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she thought of the danger of qi deviation when she had just returned to the Guizhuang house. She couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, there was an expert like her second brother. If there wasn't, she might have suffered qi deviation again. She didn't know if she would be lucky enough to escape safely this time. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua said with an apologetic face, "Second brother, it's all my fault for being greedy for cultivation. I've brought you a lot of trouble." Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, "What trouble? It's just that Big Brother and I have been watching over you for a day and a night. It's just like watching melons in the past. It's no big deal. However, you should hurry back home. You don't know how worried Mother and Father are. No matter what I say, they don't believe me. Only when they see that you're fine can they be at ease." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Okay, let's go back together." The two brothers returned to the village together. The familiar villagers asked from time to time, "Xiaohua, where have you been these days? I heard that you came back, but why didn't I see your shadow?" Zhang Xiaohu answered first, "Xiaohua went to Lu town. There are still some things to do." When the villagers saw that Zhang Xiaohua actually had something to do in Lu town, their eyes immediately filled with awe and no longer asked any more questions. When the two of them returned to the Zhang family's small courtyard, the whole family sat in the central room with worried faces. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu come back, their faces all changed and they were very happy. Zhang Xiaohu said first, "Look, Xiaohua is back. She didn't lose a single hair. I was right, she was just practicing internal strength. You don't have to worry." Zhang Xiaohua looked at her mother's extremely worried eyes and said, "Mother, it's really just practicing. It's just that I accidentally used too much time. Look, I'm really fine." Before Guosufei could say anything, tears flowed out first. She wiped her tears and said, "It's not that I don't want you to practice martial arts diligently, but the next time you want to practice martial arts, tell me in advance so that I won't worry, okay?" Zhang Xiaohua said with heartache, "Mother, I know. It won't happen again. The next time I practice martial arts, I will definitely tell you in advance." Zhang Kai also bit his pipe and couldn't help but say, "It's good that you're fine. Next time, you must be careful." Tell me in advance so that I won't worry about others. Zhang Xiaohua said carefully, I know, father. I will. Mr. Lu was also at the side. He sighed and didn't say anything. Lu Qian asked, Xiaohua, you've been sitting for 9 days and 9 nights. Are you hungry? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's stomach made a rumbling sound. Zhang Xiaohua blushed and said, Sister-in-law, now that you mention it, I'm really hungry. Lu Qian smiled and said, then hurry into the house. Drink some water first. I'll bring you food right away. Chapter 232. The food had been prepared a long time ago. Guo Sufei watched as her youngest son sat still and did not wake up. She was helpless and could only worry by the side. She was afraid that her son would wake up and be hungry, so she made fresh food every day. When her son woke up, he would be able to eat delicious food. However, Zhang Xiaohua had not woken up these days, so Zhang Xiaohu took advantage of the pork belly. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the piping hot food in front of him and couldn't help but feel hungry. However, when he really started eating, he didn't eat much before he wasn't hungry anymore. He only ate a few pieces of his favorite pork belly. However, he ate a few more mouthfuls of some fresh vegetables. Seeing her son put down his chopsticks after eating a few mouthfuls, Guo Sufei quickly asked, Xiaohua, is it not delicious? Mother will make more for you. Tell me, what do you want to eat? Looking at his mother's flustered appearance, Zhang Xiaohua quickly stopped her and said, Mother, I'm really not hungry. Although my stomach is growling, I'm not hungry after eating a few mouthfuls. Really? Guo Sufei certainly didn't believe it and wanted to go out in a panic. Zhang Xiaohua had to pull his mother and sit down to eat the vegetables. Seeing her son wolfing down the food, Guo Sufei calmed down. After finishing the meal, Zhang Xiaohua drank 2 mouthfuls of water and calmed down. Looking at everyone's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was about to speak, but Guo Sufei said, Xiaohua, don't say anything. We know you are practicing martial arts. You must be tired after practicing for so long. Go to sleep first. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Mother, I'm really not tired. I don't need to sleep. We can practice internal strength instead of sleeping. How could Guo Sufei believe it? Even if Zhang Xiaohu patted his chest and guaranteed it, it didn't stop Guo Sufei's love. Zhang Xiaohua was forcibly dragged to the east wing by Guo Sufei, which was where Zhang Kai and his wife lived. Guo Sufei pressed her on the Kong bed and made her rest. Zhang Xiaohua originally didn't want to close her eyes, but seeing her mother sitting by the Kong bed, looking at her with heartache, she had no choice but to close her eyes. How could Zhang Xiaohua fall asleep at this moment? Out of boredom, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the divine sense that he had just learned. With a thought, his divine sense spread out like a big net. The entire Zhang family's small courtyard was within the range of Zhang Xiaohua's control. It was as if he was standing high on the roof and could see all the movements in the small courtyard. He saw his mother lovingly looking at him. He also saw that in the central room, his father and Mr. Lu were drinking tea and talking about something. His eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law were also asking his second brother something. His second brother was talking and laughing, and from time to time, he would talk to his father. The horse that he rode back was tied to a big tree in the courtyard, eating fodder with relish. In the pigsty and chicken coop behind the house, the livestock and poultry were all living peacefully. When Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the central room again, he was surprised to find that he could actually feel the vitality in the tea. Thinking of this, he swept his divine sense into the kitchen again. Sure enough, the faint vitality in the water jar was the spring water from the well. This discovery made Zhang Xiaohua very happy. In the future, he didn't need to sit cross-legged and use the Carefree Heart Sutra to sense vitality. He could use his divine sense anytime and anywhere. After playing for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua really couldn't lie down anymore. She opened her eyes and sat up. Guo Sufei rebuked, Xiaohua, why did you only sleep for a while? How can this be? Lie down for a while. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Mother, I suddenly thought of something. I can't sleep anymore. Let's go out. I'll tell father." Guo Sufei saw that Zhang Xiaohua insisted on not sleeping. She guessed that there really was something, so she didn't force him and led her son back to the central room. After entering the central room, Zhang Xiaohua took out her money pouch from her bosom and poured out some scattered silver. She also took out some small banknotes from her bosom and gave them to her father with a smile. She said, "Father, this is some silver I got from Huanxi Mountain Villa. Please take it." Zhang Kai took a look and smiled, "No need. Little Blossom, your second brother already gave me your money a few days ago. You can keep these for yourself. When you go out, you spend a lot of money. You and your second brother have places where you need money. I've already accepted your second brother's money. You two brothers can use these for yourselves." Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak. She turned her head and asked Zhang Xiaohu, "Second brother, the small package I put on the Kong, you didn't touch it, right?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "I never touch your things. It should still be on your Kong. I've been worried about you these past few days, so I didn't pay attention to it." "What, is there something valuable inside?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't speak. She went out to get it. When Zhang Xiaohua came back, she put the small package on the table and untied the knot, revealing the things inside. Everyone was stunned. Other than a pile of banknotes, there was nothing else in that small package. When everyone came back to their senses, Zhang Kai's face was as cold as ice. He asked, "Xiaohua, what's going on? You couldn't have." Before he finished speaking, she cut off Guo Sufei and said, "Child's father, what are you thinking? Is our family Xiaohua that kind of person?" Then, with some surprise and some joy, she asked, "Xiaohua, what's going on? Tell Nyangqin properly." Zhang Xiaohua looked at her mother's trusting eyes and said, "Father, Mother, these are all from the Misty School and Huanqi Manor. Don't worry, they came from a clean source." Zhang Xiaohu had seen the plot of Zhang Xiaohua extorting the mountain bandits. He didn't dare to believe it and asked tentatively, "Why didn't I know about these banknotes?" Zhang Xiaohua said in a bad mood, "Second brother, if you have the ability, you can win against that Yuanxing boss. O will definitely reward you like this." Zhang Xiaohu shrank his head and said, "Hee, I knew you didn't work in vain in the arena." "Arena?" Everyone was puzzled again. Zhang Xiaolong curiously asked, "What's going on?" Xiaohua, why didn't you mention it a few days ago?" Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, "I didn't say. I didn't want you to worry. In fact, it's nothing. It's just a friendly match between two gangs. Hurry up and say it. Say it completely." Guo Sufei said angrily. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua could only recount the events of the martial arts exhibition from beginning to end. He even recounted the events of Chang'e and the others in full detail. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care, but when she heard Chang'e's name, Zhang Xiaohu suddenly felt her heart burning. Her face was a little red and her expression was very unnatural. Everyone listened attentively. Only Lu Qian was very sensitive and felt Zhang Xiaohu's strangeness. It had to be said that a woman's sixth sense was very powerful. After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's story, Guo Sufei's heart was scared and her face was a little pale. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua quickly said, "Oh right, I forgot to say. The people I fought with were all children around 10 years old. You guys can rest assured." Hearing this, everyone's hearts settled back into their stomachs. That's right, Zhang Xiaohua was already 14 years old. If he fought with him, wouldn't it be obvious that he was bullying him? They had directly forgotten that Zhang Xiaohua had just started learning martial arts. It was just that age was a problem. Guo Sufei probed, "Just because you defeated two younger monks, the Misty School's gang leader rewarded you with so much money?" Then, she turned around and asked Zhang Xiaohu, "What about you? Why didn't you win?" Zhang Xiaohu scratched his head, thought for a moment and said, "Mother, that monk is older than me." Guo Sufei suddenly said, "Oh, so it's like that." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, It's not like that. Mother, the Misty School rewarded me with 1,000 taels of silver. They are all 10 taels of silver for one. There are also 2,000 taels of silver from the Huanxi Manor. They are 5 taels of silver for one. In fact, 1,000 taels of silver is enough to reward me. According to the manor head, the key was that when I saved her last time, she felt that the 100 taels of silver I took was too little. She felt guilty, so she gave me an extra 1,000 taels of silver. 3,000 taels. Everyone was dizzy, including Mr. Liu. This was an incomparably huge sum. The shock that the Zhang family received from Zhang Xiaohua last time had not yet passed. This time, Zhang Xiaohua brought back another 3,000 taels. This truly shocked the Zhang family to the core. After a long time, Zhang Kai finally came to his senses. This huge amount of money really belonged to his family. He indicated to Guo Sufei to put away the silver, but Guo Sufei hesitated for a moment. Then, she trembled and tightly held the small package in her hands. She walked back to the east room and came out after a long time. At this time, Guo Sufei's expression had already returned to normal. She even held a few silver notes in her hand. She walked in front of Lu Qian and handed it to her, saying, Qian, you have been married into our Zhang family for so many years. It has really been hard on you. This is 200 taels of silver. Take it and buy some accessories. When Lu Qian heard this, her face flushed red. She hurriedly declined, Mother, look at what you are saying. I came to our Guizhuang house not for money. You are treating me like an outsider. Zhang Kai also nodded and said, Qian, take it. Originally, these silver taels of silver should be kept by you. But Xiaolong's 2 younger brothers are not married yet. This silver taels of silver have to be kept. So, I let your mother keep it first. You can use it as pocket money. Lu Qian looked at Zhang Xiaolong and then kept the silver notes. When she heard this, Guo Sufei's face revealed a trace of gloominess. She asked with some worry, Xiaohu, you are practicing martial arts in Pingyang City. When will you be able to return to the Guizhuang house? A few days ago, there were a few ladies who proposed marriage to me. You are not young anymore. You should consider it. Mother is also anxious to hold a grandson. Zhang Xiaohu's face darkened. He said angrily, Mother, I am still young. Let's talk about these things in the future. Moreover, where did they go back then? They saw that I came back first and wanted to join in the fun. I am not going to do it. When Lu Qian heard Guo Sufei's words, she also lowered her head deeply. She held the silver notes tightly in her hand and did not say a word. Zhang Kai sighed and smoked again. Mr. Liu also had an awkward expression. He picked up the teacup and drank continuously. Zhang Xiaolong looked at Lu Qian lovingly. For a moment, the whole house was silent. Even if a needle fell to the ground, it would make a sound. Chapter 233. Zhang Xiaohua saw that the atmosphere in the room was very dignified. Naturally, he knew what had happened at home, but this kind of thing was not something he could control. Suddenly, his heart moved. He released his divine sense and scanned Lu Qian's body. Since his divine sense could pass through objects, he didn't know if he could feel inside his sister-in-law's body. The result was that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to explain. Lu Qian's whole body exuded an extremely faint aura of vitality, and in her body, there was a small dot that contained a slightly strong aura of vitality. Zhang Xiaohua scanned everyone in the room one by one with his divine sense. He found that except for Zhang Xiaohu, everyone's body exuded a faint aura of vitality. Zhang Xiaohua gradually understood that this vitality must be from the spring water that the family drank every day. The vitality in the spring water was introduced into the family's body, which caused their spirit and body to not age. The small dot of vitality in his sister-in-law's body must be his future little nephew. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua coughed and said, Mother, you don't have to be too anxious. Second brother is in the Misty School and is a direct disciple. He has a lot of things that are not up to him to decide. You should go back to the family as soon as possible. Moreover, isn't there big brother and sister-in-law here? Guo Sufei listened and looked at Lu Qian. She opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. Zhang Xiaohua continued to say, is it because sister-in-law's health is not good? She used to study at home, but now she is always working in the fields in the Guizhuang house. How can she be tired? Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, Zhang Xiaolong said, your sister-in-law's health is very good. She used to work a lot and let the doctors in the medical hall see her. They all said that she was fine, and her period hasn't come for half a year. It's no wonder that mother is worried. Hearing this, Lu Qian's face became even redder. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand the meaning of period. Seeing his sister-in-law so embarrassed, he knew that it was a woman's matter. Naturally, he wouldn't ask more. However, he smiled and comforted her, well, sister-in-law, if you don't worry, let me take a look. The internal strength I practice has the part of checking the meridians of the human body. I also have some small achievements in this internal strength practice, so I can see some clues. What do you think? When he said this, most of the people in the hall believed him. Anyone who saw Zhang Xiaohua's closed-door practice for 9 days and 9 nights knew that he was very powerful. However, Zhang Xiaohu was not convinced. Martial arts were martial arts, and medical skills were medical skills. They were completely different. Even if the internal strength was profound, it could only check the meridians. He had never heard that the meridians had anything to do with pregnancy. Zhang Xiaohu opened his mouth and was about to say something. But when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's confident look, he didn't dare to say anything. His little brother had always been mysterious. Even if he practiced a messy boxing skill, he could get the appreciation of Master O. Maybe he really had some confidence. Besides, it was also a good choice to say a few nice words to fool the old lady. Lu Qian was also full of expectation and asked, of course, Xiaohua, what do you want me to do? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, just give me your hand. It's just like taking the pulse. When Lu Qian heard this, she quickly walked to the table and put her hand in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua immediately stretched out 2 fingers and pretended to put it on Lu Qian's wrist. He released his divine sense again. In fact, he had already seen it just now. This time, he just wanted to confirm it. When his divine sense penetrated into the small point full of vitality, Zhang Xiaohua could actually feel the vitality inside. It was a kind of vitality that soared to the sky. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was even more nervous about his guess. He closed his eyes like a doctor. After a while, when he felt that it was about time, he let go of her hand. Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, he said, congratulations, sister-in-law. Lu Qian didn't speak. Zhang Xiaolong asked, Xiaohua, is it true? Why do I feel that you are not reliable? Guo Sufei scolded, Xiaolong, don't talk. Let's see what Xiaohua has to say. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that his mother supported him, he couldn't help but stick out his chest and said, it's like this. Big brother and sister-in-law, our well water is very delicious, isn't it? But it's definitely not just delicious. It's a treasure. I won't say the specific details. Big brother, don't you see that father and mother haven't aged much in these few years? Even Mr. Liu has a strong character. Sister-in-law has been drinking this well water, so it has a little impact on sister-in-law. This impact is a very good impact. I have checked sister-in-law's body according to the secret method of my internal strength. Not only there is no problem, but I also want to solemnly announce that sister-in-law is really pregnant. Really? Guo Sufei was stunned. It can't be. Zhang Xiaolong didn't believe it. Zhang Xiaohu even curled his lips and said in his heart, if it's about meridians, I can still believe it. But directly going to the main topic, I don't believe it no matter what. Zhang Xiaohua saw that her family members had different expressions. She clapped her hands and said, I guarantee with my personality that what I said is absolutely true. It's just that this little thing is still very small now. It is trying its best to absorb the good things in the spring water. Maybe when it absorbs enough, it will grow up. At that time, you will see it. Then, do I still dare to drink the well water? Lu Qian was a little skeptical and asked. Of course you have to drink, and you have to drink more. If not, I don't know when my little nephew or niece will come out. Zhang Xiaohua said firmly. So it's like this. Lu Qian was a little hesitant. She couldn't always drink water. Zhang Xiaohua saw her sister-in-law's look, and she seemed to understand her meaning. The vitality in the spring water was too thin. If the fetus really needed this vitality, it was really hard to say how much water it could drink. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. Isn't there an incredible vitality stone in the field on the south slope? Can't I just knock a piece from it and bring it to my sister-in-law? However, the vitality of the vitality stone was restrained, and there wasn't much vitality emitted. She didn't know if it would work. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua asked everyone to wait for a while, and she went out to the south slope. In the crops on the south slope, the vitality stone was still there, and no one paid attention to it. Zhang Xiaohua walked around the vitality stone for a long time, and she also took the stone and smashed it for a long time, but it seemed that no vitality stone was chipped off. In desperation, Zhang Xiaohua thought of her small sword. She took out the small sword from her arms and stabbed it at the corner of the vitality stone. A warm current flowed into the small sword from her left arm. The usually invincible small sword also suffered a setback this time, so Zhang Xiaohua persevered and stabbed dozens of times at the same point of the vitality stone. Returning to the central room, everyone was waiting impatiently. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw his money pouch on the table. He reached out for it and casually swept his divine sense over the money pouch. This inadvertent sweep stunned Zhang Xiaohua. The money pouch was emitting a faint circle of yuan qi. Could it be that this money pouch was a treasure? However, now was not the time to check. Since the purse didn't work, Zhang Xiaohua had to ask, "Sister-in-law, do you have any purse or silk bag?" Lu Qian was puzzled and said, "Yes." Then she took out a small silk bag from the west room. Zhang Xiaohua took it and put the vitality stone in it. Then she said to Lu Qian, "Sister-in-law, you wear this silk bag close to your body. It may be useful for children." Lu Qian carefully took it and walked into the west room. She hid it close to her body and then came back. Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual awareness swept. Sure enough, the vitality stone in the silk bag actually established a connection with the small dot in Lu Qian's body. A trace of vitality entered the small dot through Lu Qian's body. Zhang Xiaohua pretended to take her pulse and said, "Sister-in-law, it's like this. It's really useful for the fetus. Don't leave this silk bag in the future." Lu Qian nodded solemnly. Zhang Xiaohua initially had the mood of watching the fun. But seeing Zhang Xiaohua become more and more serious, he was confused. This younger brother of his really has such a magical ability? After Zhang Xiaohua finished instructing Lu Qian, she picked up her purse from the table and put it into her arms. His hand touched another object in his bosom. He thought for a moment and took it out. He said to Zhang Xiaolong, "Big brother, I don't have anything good to give to my nephew. This fist manual is mine. Let's give it to him as his first gift in this world." Finished speaking, she handed the Big Dipper magical fist manual to Zhang Xiaolong. Zhang Xiaolong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Xiaohua, what kind of joke is this? He hasn't even taken shape yet and you're giving him something now." Zhang Xiaohua laughed, "It's because of this that you can see my concern. This is his first gift in this world. I'm sure he'll remember me for the rest of his life." Finished speaking, she forced the fist manual into Zhang Xiaolong's hands. Gua Sufei laughed, "Xiaohua is so considerate. As a grandmother, I'm going to fall behind." Zhang Kai said, "Xiaolong, this is Xiaohua's kind intention. Just accept it. When the child grows up, let Xiaohua and Xiaohu teach him martial arts." Mr. Lu also said, "Yes, just accept it." After I enlighten him, I'll let him look at this fist manual. Only Zhang Xiaohua bared his teeth and said, Xiaohua, you're good. A fist manual is enough to send him off. What do you want me to give him? Zhang Xiaolong saw that everyone was saying this, so he could only hand the fist manual to Lu Qian. Lu Qian was so smart. She knew that Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't fool her. Since Zhang Xiaohua knew something that even the doctors in the medical hall didn't know, and even put something in the silk bag for her to hide, and more importantly, a woman's unreasonable seventh sense told her that this fist manual wasn't ordinary. So she took the fist manual and carefully hid it in the back room. Only then did she come out to talk to everyone. Zhang Xiaohua saw that her sister-in-law treasured it so much and was happy. She secretly thought, this fist manual is useless in my hands. If it can be passed down, it can be considered a family heirloom of the Zhang family. Hee, if many people learn it, maybe in a few decades, there will be a beta school. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Chapter 234. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua was fantasizing about the inheritance of her fist technique in the future, and not to mention that Mr. Liu and Zhang Xiaolong were envious of martial arts. They kept asking Zhang Xiaohu endlessly. Let's talk about Guo Sufei. She liked Lu Qian very much as her daughter-in-law. Everything was good when she married into the family, but her belly was still not there, which made her unhappy. If it was in another family, this mother-in-law would have already said vicious words, but Guo Sufei was not such an unreasonable person. Lu Qian also did all kinds of things very well. This made Guo Sufei bury her thoughts in her heart and not let others know. Today, when she talked about Zhang Xiaohu, she inadvertently pointed it out in her words. She thought that she was still a distance away from being a grandmother, but she didn't know that Lu Qian was already pregnant. So, Guo Sufei had already scolded the doctor in the medical hall thousands of times in her heart. In her eyes, Lu Qian was a model daughter-in-law. The more she looked at her, the more she liked her. After waiting for a cup of tea's time, Guo Sufei couldn't help but say, Qian, you have been sitting for a long time. Maybe you are tired. Go back to the room and lie down. Lu Qian said with a red face, Mother, I'm not tired. Xiaohua just came back. Sit for a while and talk. Guo Sufei said, he is a child. He only knows how to be naughty. He didn't greet us when he was practicing martial arts. Anyway, there is nothing now. He will be at home for a long time. You are different from before. You have to be careful. Rest more and pay more attention to your meals. By the way, what do you want to eat? Tell Mother, I will cook for you. Lu Qian said shyly, Mother, there is really no need. I haven't felt anything yet. Maybe Xiaohua saw wrongly. It is not necessarily. Guo Sufei said, Xiaohua has never lied since he was a child. I believe what he said. You should go to the inner room to rest. When Zhang Xiaohua heard her mother praising her, she couldn't help but blush. She didn't expect that she still had such an honest image in her mother's heart. However, this seemed to have nothing to do with being honest. Moreover, it seemed that there were many times when he was honest in the past few years. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, Nyangqin, it's still early. Sister-in-law just got pregnant. Why let her rest so early? Isn't it good for the fetus to move around more? Guo Sufei said, what do you know? My experience must be passed down. By the way, Xiaohua, since you can read and write now, why don't you write? Turn this experience into words and make it into a booklet and give it to Qian for safekeeping. It will be passed down to the next generation just like your boxing manual. When our Zhang family becomes a big family in the future, this will be our heirloom. What do you think? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she didn't have any expression. She looked at the sky outside and said, Mother, it's going to rain outside. I'm going to collect the clothes. After saying that, he quickly walked out. When Guo Sufei saw Zhang Xiaohua leave, she turned to Lu Qian and said, Qian, what do you think of my idea? Lu Qian smiled and said, "Mother, I'll listen to you and go to rest first." After saying that, she also went into the inner room. When Zhang Xiaohu saw Guo Sufei looking at him, he quickly said, "Mother, the 2 horses outside need to be fed. I'd better go and add some fodder for them. Don't let them starve." Zhang Xiaolong also quickly said, "Mother, I'll go and see Qianqian and communicate with the child. I heard that early children can hear their father's voice. The children born are very smart." Not long after, everyone in the room found an excuse and ran out. Guo Sufei looked at the empty central room and was not angry. She smiled and went into the eastern room. She took out a child's robe that had not yet taken shape and slowly made it. Zhang Xiaohua found an excuse to escape from the room. He turned around and went to the back of the room. He wanted to avoid his mother's nagging, but more importantly, his divine sense had found the fluctuation of energy in the money pouch. Naturally, he wanted to see if there was anything unusual inside. Of course, he couldn't look in front of people. Zhang Xiaohua found a bamboo by the side of the pond and sat down. He took out the money pouch he had seen in the cave from his bosom. He did not use his divine sense to check it. Instead, he poured out all the things inside. There was a shabby jade pendant, a small white stone, a pearl hair clip, and some other miscellaneous things. Seeing the pearl hair clip, a pretty little face appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. His face unconsciously revealed a smile, but then he was disappointed. He thought, "I don't know what little Meng is doing now. Maybe I won't be able to see her in this lifetime." After pouring out the things inside the money pouch, Zhang Xiaohua turned the money pouch upside down. He didn't find anything unusual. Could it be the things inside the money pouch? Zhang Xiaohua first picked up the jade pendant and looked left and right. He didn't find anything strange about it. Then he picked up the small stone. This thing was strange, but he couldn't find any clues. Just as he was about to change to something else, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly became happy. He thought that because he released his divine sense, he found the difference in the money pouch. How could he just use his eyes to look at it? It seemed that he still couldn't adapt to the life of having divine sense. Thinking about it, he released his divine sense and wanted to sweep the small stone in his hand. Sure enough, the small stone emitted a faint yuan qi fluctuation. Zhang Xiaohua also saw the wonderful use of divine sense from the Carefree Heart Sutra. He tried to immerse his divine sense into the small stone according to the instructions of the Carefree Heart Sutra, but the stone unexpectedly didn't have any reaction. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua slightly frowned. He was about to give up. At this time, the stone suddenly emitted a faint white light. Zhang Xiaohua quickly increased the output of his divine sense. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua felt as if his eyes were bright. He could actually see a lot of handwriting from the stone. It was as if he was reading a book. Zhang Xiaohua increased the output of his divine sense. The handwriting became clearer and clearer. When he saw it clearly, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. These numerous handwriting were not the usual handwriting. It was actually the same handwriting on the waist tag of the Misty School. Fortunately, what kind of person was Zhang Xiaohua? He was the genius youth who used the Shuawen Jie Zi to enlighten himself. Although these ancient characters were not commonly used now, and not many people even recognized them, there were still many records in the Shuawen Jie Zi. It was just that everyone knew that these characters weren't used, so no one would really study them. No one would use the Shuawen Jie Zi to enlighten themselves and recite it from beginning to end. Therefore, even if Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to recognize them, it was impossible. Moreover, when Zhang Xiaohua was recuperating at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, other than reading the Fist Manual, young Masterly Jin Feng often gave him those old books from the academy. Among them, there were 2 books written with these ancient characters. But to be able to see the handwriting on the stone as if he was reading a book, this was the first time Zhang Xiaohua encountered. He couldn't help but be surprised. When Zhang Xiaohua concentrated on reading, he saw a row of large characters in front of him, elementary alchemy. He couldn't help but be stunned. Alchemy? What was that? Alchemy? Elementary? Zhang Xiaohua was confused. But when he continued to read, it seemed to be a general outline or preface. Looking at it, Zhang Xiaohua was even more confused. The things written in this preface, Zhang Xiaohua had never heard of before. Moreover, the words were obscure and very different from the ancient book he had read before. The words used were very different, so he simply didn't know what was written. Zhang Xiaohua looked at it for a while and gave up. However, it seemed that in this preface, he saw the two words medicinal herbs, which attracted Zhang Xiaohua's attention. He decided to find some time to study it carefully. Putting away the small stone, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to sweep the hair clip again, but he didn't find any fluctuations of primordial qi. Finally, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the broken jade pendant. Sweeping it with his divine sense, the jade pendant also had a very faint fluctuation of primordial qi. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be surprised. The heaven and earth primordial qi was thin. Before he had his divine sense, he didn't find anything. Now that he had his divine sense, how could strange things appear one after another? Picking up the jade pendant, Zhang Xiaohua already had his previous experience, so he directly immersed his divine sense into it. After waiting for a long time, the jade pendant also flashed and Zhang Xiaohua saw the contents of the jade pendant. This jade pendant was different from the small stone. The records in the small stone were very complete, and not a single word was missing. But the records in this jade pendant were very incomplete. Only the first half of the picture was drawn, and the drawing was also very vague. No matter how Zhang Xiaohua looked at it, he couldn't understand what was drawn. When he looked down, there were only some words, and the words were vague and even more incomprehensible. Until the end, there was a passage of about 300 or 400 words, which was relatively complete. When he looked carefully, it was the earth escape technique. The ancient method of writing the word escape was very complicated. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a long time before he remembered it. But even if he knew how to read it and knew what was this earth escape technique? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua could also recognize the 300 or 400 words of the incantation. It seemed to be about how to operate and how to use it, but although he knew it, he didn't understand it. After looking at it for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense from it and carefully put it into his clothes. When he had time, he would study it himself. Then, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan the rest of the scattered things one by one. There were no more fluctuations of primordial qi, so he wanted to put them all into the money bag. Coincidentally, when Zhang Xiaohua casually swept his divine sense over the money bag, he found that the money bag was still emitting primordial qi fluctuations. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He remembered that he had already taken out all the things in the money bag, and seemed to have turned the money bag upside down. How could there still be primordial qi fluctuations? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua understood. Could it be that the fluctuations of the money bag itself? So Zhang Xiaohua took the money bag in his hand, and immersed his divine sense into it. At first, there was no movement, but when Zhang Xiaohua expanded his divine sense, suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a space half the size of his small house appeared in his mind. Chapter 235. It was a small space. It was flat, like a big box. However, this box was too big. It was half the size of Zhang Xiaohua's hut. It was very neat and tidy. Besides a small three-tiered shelf, there was nothing else. On the shelf, there were a lot of porcelain bottles, very neatly arranged, and under the shelf, there were a few crooked bottles. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was completely stunned, and simply did not have the mind to look at the things on the shelf. He just looked at the small money bag in his hand, and used his spiritual awareness to feel the space inside the money bag, which was almost bigger than the chicken coop in the Zhang family's small courtyard. He felt incomparably inconceivable. What the hell was going on? Was there another world hidden in this money bag? When Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his spiritual awareness, the money bag was restored to an ordinary money bag, and Zhang Xiaohua could not find any flaws, but when Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual awareness penetrated again, he once again saw the space inside the money bag. This was repeated several times, and it never failed. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua thought, this money bag was used to store things, so was that space the place to store things? So, he withdrew his spiritual awareness, and put the pearl hair clip into the money bag. But when he released his spiritual awareness again, he did not see any pearl hair clip in the space. Looking again with his eyes, the pearl hair clip was still in the money bag. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but understand, this money bag seemed to have two places to put things, one could be seen with the eyes, and the other could be seen with the spiritual awareness. However, Zhang Xiaohua's problem came again, the place that could be seen with the eyes, was put with the hand, but the place that could be seen with the spiritual awareness, what was the method used to put things in? Zhang Xiaohua held the pearl hair clip in his hand, and put it in the money bag, but could not put it in the space. If there was nothing in the space, Zhang Xiaohua may think that it was impossible to put things in, but there was something in the space, indicating that there must be a method to put it in, but what was this method? Zhang Xiaohua was extremely bored, and swept the shelf in the space with his spiritual awareness. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had a bright idea, since he did not know how to put things in, but if he knew how to take things out, then wouldn't it be the same? So, Zhang Xiaohua began to try to take things out, since this space could only be entered by the spiritual awareness, presumably taking things out must be related to the spiritual awareness. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua thought of when he had just woken up from seclusion, and the feeling of sweeping the field crops with his spiritual awareness, as if he had an extra hand, he could touch everything in the field. However, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be unable to use his divine sense to sense this space and use his divine sense to pick up things. Thinking of the Worry-Free Heart Sutra about the use of spiritual awareness, Zhang Xiaohua temporarily withdrew his spiritual awareness from the money bag, and first recalled the skills in the Worry-Free Heart Sutra, and then practiced outside, and then once again immersed his spiritual awareness into the money bag. This time, while Zhang Xiaohua was perceiving the money bag, he also divided a trace of his spiritual awareness, and wrapped it around a porcelain bottle on the shelf, wanting to take it out of the space. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual awareness was just able to leave the body, and was really weak. How could he take this real object? Even if Zhang Xiaohua used all his strength, and he used all his strength, that porcelain bottle still didn't move. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be anxious, and secretly said in his heart, "Come out." Just as this thought arose in his mind, that porcelain bottle suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's other hand that wasn't holding anything. Zhang Xiaohua's hand suddenly had something appear, and he was so scared that he almost threw it away. Fortunately, his eyes were very sharp now, and he saw it clearly the moment he threw it away. Zhang Xiaohua curiously put the porcelain bottle in front of his eyes, and observed it up and down. This was a small bottle carved out of jade. It looked exquisite, and it was warm to the touch. Even a layman could see that it was extraordinary. But it was a bottle used to hold things, and presumably the things inside were even more extraordinary. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua could only guess this point, because that jade bottle was empty. Since he knew how to take things from the space, naturally he also knew how to put things from the outside into the space. Zhang Xiaohua followed suit, and used his spiritual awareness to wrap around the porcelain bottle in his hand. At the same time, he also immersed his spiritual awareness into the money bag, and thought, "Put it in." Sure enough, that jade bottle suddenly disappeared, and entered the money bag. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua burst into laughter. This thing was really fun. In the future, if he hid something in the money bag, he was afraid that no one would be able to find it. Thinking, Zhang Xiaohua took out that small stone and the broken jade pendant from his bosom, and put them into the space of the money bag. Then, subconsciously, he also took out the hair clip from the money bag, and put it together into the space. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought, if there were people who could use their spiritual awareness, wouldn't this money bag become a public thing? Anyone who could perceive this money bag, wouldn't they be able to take things from it? However, just as this idea just arose, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. If this money bag was really like that, who would put things inside? So Zhang Xiaohua put the money bag on the ground, and also wanted to try to take things from it, but his spiritual awareness could only sense the fluctuations of the yuan qi on the money bag, and couldn't immerse it. When Zhang Xiaohua took the money bag in his hand, he was able to perceive the space of the money bag. So it was like this. Since he knew that others couldn't casually take things from his money bag, Zhang Xiaohua felt relieved, and carefully counted the things in the money bag. Although his spiritual awareness couldn't move the jade bottles, but he could see the things in the jade bottles. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the jade bottles one by one, trying to find something from them, but when he almost finished looking at all the jade bottles on the shelf, he didn't find anything useful. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat disappointed, and finally, he saw a few crooked jade bottles at the bottom of the shelf. These jade bottles were different from the others, these jade bottles were sealed. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed, presumably there was something inside. He took out one of the jade bottles. This jade bottle was clearly much coarser than the jade bottle from before, and the quality of the jade was also not on the same level. Presumably, the things inside wouldn't be the same as the things in the previous jade bottle. Zhang Xiaohua took the coarse jade bottle and looked around. On the top of the bottle, there were 3 carelessly written characters, Qi generating pill. These 3 characters were also ancient characters, and seemed to be casually written. Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips and said in his heart, I reckon it's not some good stuff, even the name was written so casually. The mouth of the bottle was sealed, but now, how could it stump Zhang Xiaohua? He swept with his spiritual awareness, and sure enough, there were 3 medium-sized round things inside, which contained not weak yuan qi. If it was the Zhang Xiaohua who had never seen a yuan qi stone before, he would certainly be happy, and couldn't wait to take out these things, and swallow them whole. But now, Zhang Xiaohua's horizons were different. This insignificant yuan qi compared to a yuan qi stone was really insignificant, and it didn't arouse his interest in the slightest. Just as he was about to put the jade bottle back, he suddenly thought of the medicinal pills mentioned in the elementary alchemy book. Could it be that this qi-generating pill was the medicinal pill mentioned in the book? If it was like this, Zhang Xiaohua somewhat understood. Medicinal pills were originally medicinal pills that contained yuan qi, and the book also mentioned medicinal herbs. Presumably, this qi-generating pill was extracted from medicinal herbs. No wonder the Misty School had a specialized pharmacy for growing medicinal herbs. Presumably, those medicinal herbs were specifically used for alchemy. But how come the books he borrowed from O Yen in the Huanxi Mountain Villa were all about the cultivation of medicinal herbs, and he hadn't seen any books on alchemy? Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the Misty School's deacon saying that the pharmacy's books weren't lent out. Presumably, those alchemy books were all in the pharmacy. Thinking of the pharmacy's deacon's face, Zhang Xiaohua lost his interest in reading the books. Forget it, he would first finish reading the book in his hand. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua put the jade bottle back into the space. Zhang Xiaohua put the money bag into his bosom, pulled out a green foxtail grass from the ground, and bit it with his teeth. Lying on the ground, he looked up at the white clouds in the sky, leisurely floating. He felt that his heart seemed to have forgotten something, but it was at the edge of his mind, and no matter how he thought, he couldn't remember it. At this time, a large piece of white clouds piled up in the southern sky, like a crouching cow. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but daydream, how good would it be if I could lie among the white clouds in the sky? It must be much better than riding a cow. Crouching cow stone. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed, and he climbed up from the ground with a zing sound. That huge piece of primordial stone that looked like a crouching cow. Zhang Xiaohua instantly remembered what he had forgotten. This primordial stone might be useless to others, but to Zhang Xiaohua, it was a real treasure. He had just woken up from meditation, and hadn't considered the problem of handling the primordial stone. That piece of primordial stone was incomparably huge, so he definitely couldn't move it away. But even if he could cut a few small primordial stones from above, who knew how many days it would be enough for him to absorb? He couldn't go back to the Guozhuang house every few days, right? Zhang Xiaohua was willing, but Huanxi Manor wouldn't do it. But if he left this primordial stone in the field, it would be exposed to the wind and rain. Zhang Xiaohua himself wouldn't do it. If by any chance it was carried away by others and used to tie cattle and sheep, wouldn't he regret it? Now, this small money bag actually had such a large space, it was simply a large warehouse that he could carry around with him. Didn't it just solve the problem of how to carry the huge primordial stone? But, he didn't know whether such a large and heavy primordial stone could be placed in this money bag. Would it burst this money bag, or was this money bag too heavy? It didn't matter if the money bag was heavy, Zhang Xiaohua could also lift it up. But if it was really heavy, how could he carry it in his arms? Chapter 236. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel excited. Although she knew that the crouching ox rock had been in the field for more than 2 years and no one had noticed it, there were many rocks around the Guizhuang house. No one would take it away in such a short time. Moreover, what use would the rock have? But it was better to be safe than sorry. What if someone took advantage of the fact that Zhang Xiaohua was not around and had evil thoughts about the worthless rock? The more Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, the more likely it was. She ran out from the back of the house and hurried out of the village. It was better for such a precious thing to fall into her purse first. Just as she ran to the front of the Zhang family's courtyard, she met the happy Zhang Xiaolong and the shy Lu Qian. Zhang Xiaolong was carrying a lot of things in his hands, but Lu Qian was walking behind him empty-handed. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua running quickly, Zhang Xiaolong could not help but ask, "Xiaohua, why are you running so fast? Come and help me carry the things." Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, "The things I want to get are more valuable than yours. I don't have time." She said, "Big brother, I have something urgent to do. Why don't you let sister-in-law carry it?" Zhang Xiaolong said angrily, "Your sister-in-law is pregnant. How can she carry heavy things?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she slipped and almost fell. She said, "Big brother, is it necessary? It's still so small. It's still early." As she said this, she used the nail of her little finger to show it. Lu Qian blushed and said with a kind of happiness, "That's right. I didn't feel it at all. Let me carry it." Zhang Xiaolong said in surprise, "So small? You saw it?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she knew that she had said something wrong. She covered her mouth and said, "I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I just thought it was small." Then she said, "Forget it. I'm going. I'll be back in a while." After saying this, she ran away. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's back, Zhang Xiaolong shook his head and said, "This child." Lu Qian tugged at his sleeve and asked, "What happened to Xiaohua? His hair is so rough. He's already in his teens, but he still looks the same as when he was young." "Xiaolong, I don't think so. I think Xiaohua is quite mysterious." "Mysterious? How did you come up with this word? Think about it. Xiaohua went to Pingyang City with Xiaohu. Moreover, Xiaohu was the one who went to learn martial arts. Didn't I say that Xiaohua didn't practice martial arts?" Zhang Xiaolong nodded thoughtfully. Lu Qian continued, "But when I came back this time, I heard from my mother that he had just arrived at the entrance of the village. When he saw that my mother was about to fall, he immediately ran from the roadside to the entrance of the village." "How far is that? How could he run there so quickly?" "It must be the Qinggong that they were talking about. I remember that a few years ago, Hero 1 and Heroine Shui's Qinggong weren't that fast." Zhang Xiaolong asked curiously, "Why haven't I heard about this from my mother?" Lu Qian smiled and said, "My mother was so happy at that time that she had forgotten about the strangeness of it. A few days ago, when Xiaohua was practicing martial arts, my mother was uneasy. When we were chatting, she mentioned this matter. I even used this to persuade her." "Oh right, have you ever seen a person practicing martial arts for 9 days and 9 nights without stopping?" Zhang Xiaolong smiled bitterly and said, "I've never seen anyone from the Jianghu and I don't know anyone who practices martial arts." "How would I know?" Lu Qian smiled faintly and said, "Idiot, even if you don't know anyone, what about the books that you read? Zhang Xiaolong thought for a moment and said, Qian, since you asked me to read, I've also read a lot of books. There are serious books, recreational books, myths and ghosts, and anecdotes of the Jianghu. But I've never seen anything like that. Oh, that's not right. It seems that there are some myths that say that immortals who practice martial arts often go into closed-door training for months or even years. I've never seen anything like that in the anecdotes of the Jianghu. Lu Qian said, you haven't read much. Some of the biographies that talk about the Jianghu sometimes talk about closed-door training for 1 or 2 days. But I don't think I've heard of 9 days and 9 nights. For such a long time, he would be thirsty to death. But you haven't seen Xiaohua come home. My mother let him eat, but his appetite wasn't as good as usual. Don't you think that this is very strange? Suddenly, Lu Qian blushed and said, also, just now Xiaohua said that our boy is so small. Do you think that he can really see? Zhang Xiaolong wanted to wave his hand, but his hands were full of things and he couldn't move them. He could only shake his head and said, forget it. Xiaohua can't be so godly, but the more he said, the weaker his voice became. Finally, he added, oh, maybe. Immediately, he said with certainty, it's best if he can see. Let him see the child's situation every day and tell us about it. Moreover, Xiaohua is our biological brother. The more powerful he is, the happier we will be, right? Lu Qian said, yes, I really didn't expect that the little Xiaohua of the past would be so powerful now. Then, I think that when our boy grows up, we must let him practice the martial arts manual that he gave to our boy. I think he will have a bright future. Zhang Xiaolong laughed and said, why? Not letting him study and become a high-ranking official. Lu Qian said, idiot, do you know anything about both civil and martial arts? Zhang Xiaolong smiled apologetically and said, I don't know. I only know about civil and martial arts and husband and wife. Lu Qian blushed and looked around. She said, you're not serious. Let's go. Look, mother is coming out. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was not next to them. Otherwise, she would have burst out laughing. That day at the village entrance, she pulled her mother, but it was an unintentional act. In fact, Guo Sufei was exaggerating the distance. Zhang Xiaohua's Qinggong had a breakthrough, but compared with Wen Wenhai and Shuiqing, there was still a big gap. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had run out of the village entrance. After crossing the small bridge, she looked around and saw that there was no one. Then, she immediately used Qinggong to fly to her field. Before he even arrived, his divine sense had already swept in that direction like a waterfall. Fortunately, when his divine sense came into contact with the large amount of yuan qi contained in the primal stone, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was completely at ease. Arriving in front of the primeval stone, Zhang Xiaohua estimated the size of the primeval stone. She felt that it was more than enough to put it in the money bag. Only then did she take out the money bag. Just now, it was very difficult to take out a jade bottle from the space. Such a large and heavy primeval stone, she did not know if she could put it in. Zhang Xiaohua first immersed her divine sense into the money bag and felt the space. Then, she put her hand on the primeval stone. A wisp of divine sense wrapped around it. She used all her strength to put the primeval stone into the space. In fact, it was said that she used all her strength. How could Zhang Xiaohua know how to use divine sense to exert strength? Unsurprisingly, the primeval stone did not move at all. What was going on? Was it because the primeval stone was too big? But the space in the money bag was half the size of a house. It could definitely be put in. And it must be because the primeval stone was too heavy. But how could her divine sense move such a heavy thing? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead. She was really stupid. Just now, she used a wisp of divine sense to take the jade bottle. Now, she used another wisp of divine sense. How could it work? So, Zhang Xiaohua left a wisp of divine sense to sense the space in the money bag. The rest of her divine sense was used to deal with the primeval stone. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was still very weak. It could just completely cover the entire primeval stone. After it was covered, Zhang Xiaohua manipulated her divine sense to move the primeval stone into the space. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved again. It was so difficult for her to put the primeval stone into the space in the money bag. If she took it out from inside, it would certainly not be easy. In the future, if she wanted to absorb energy, what should she do? She couldn't always struggle to move the primeval stone. So, Zhang Xiaohua withdrew her divine sense and took out the small sword from her arms. Like last time, she easily chiseled 2 small pieces of primeval stone the size of a thumb. Zhang Xiaohua somewhat helplessly looked at the 2 small pieces of primeval stone. She didn't know how many times she could absorb it. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua chiseled 2 more pieces and put them into her arms. Then, Zhang Xiaohua once again wrapped the primeval stone with her divine sense. Imitating the way she put the primeval stone into the jade bottle, she put it into the space. Zhang Xiaohua felt a tingling in her mind. The huge primeval stone in front of her disappeared without a trace. Only a big shallow hole was left in the field, indicating that there was something here. Zhang Xiaohua involuntarily clenched her teeth and took a breath of cold air. She massaged her temples with her hands and secretly said, "This unexpected wealth is really not easy to get. I have to pay the price." Sad, such a big primeval stone was taken into her purse. She had a headache. She really took advantage of it and still acted innocent. Waiting for her head to stop hurting a little, Zhang Xiaohua swept out her divine sense. That huge primeval stone was quietly lying in her purse. But that purse's space was originally clean and tidy. Suddenly putting such a big primeval stone in it and also stained with mud, it was rather out of place. But this was Zhang Xiaohua's private space. Who could see it? After finishing all this, Zhang Xiaohua hummed a little song and walked down the hill. Just as she was about to turn, she suddenly thought of the spring water at the bottom of the hill. She walked to the well and still released her divine sense. Exploring the well for a moment, she knew the reason. Her huge primeval stone was originally dug out from this well. Some of the stones in the well were inevitably stained with primeval qi. Or it could be said that these stones were also small primeval stones. The spring water seeped into the well and soaked with the primeval stones. Naturally, it was rich in primeval qi. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to fish out some primeval stones from the well. But in her divine sense, those primeval stones were really small, comparable to grains of sand. It was not easy to get them. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua knew that her family drank the water from the well. The primeval qi in the water was very good for their bodies. Why would they do such a desperate thing? Zhang Xiaohua was thinking when he suddenly felt someone coming from behind. She turned her head to look. It was her second brother Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu carried 2 buckets of water. It was obvious that he was here to fetch water. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua, he was very happy and said, "Xiaohua, why did you come here again? Just now when Big Brother came home, he said that you had an urgent matter. What is it? Could it be related to this well?" Chapter 237. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, "It's like this, second brother. I just received a pigeon message from our school, saying that Sister Chang'e will come here in a while. I ran away, but she couldn't find our home, so I hurried here." Hearing that Chang'e was coming, Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly asked, "Chang'e, is she really coming?" But as soon as he said this, he saw Zhang Xiaohua trying to hold back her laughter. He knew that he had been fooled by this little devil. He laughed and said, "Forget it. Which school are you from? Beta School or Misty School? If you're from Misty School, why haven't I seen you take anyone as your teacher? If you're from Beta School, it seems that your successor is still in my eldest sister-in-law's belly." Seeing that second brother knew that she had been fooled, Zhang Xiaohua was not anxious. She said with a smile, I just didn't want to help my eldest brother carry things, so I made it up. Look at him. He carries everything by himself. My eldest sister-in-law is empty-handed. Why does she want me to carry things for him? Hee, Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, "You're wrong. Since you told mother and father this morning that my eldest sister-in-law is pregnant, she's now catching up with your status in the family. She's the first level of protection of our Zhang family. Not to mention carrying things, even drinking water has to be poured by mother herself. Even if my eldest sister-in-law wants to get up, mother will stop her. You see, didn't you say that the well water is good for the baby? Mother made another water tank and asked me to carry more water home." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "Anyway, we have to leave home in a while. My eldest sister-in-law can take my place. I don't care. But her position won't last long. Mother loves the house and its crow. When the baby is born, my eldest sister-in-law will be left behind. Oh, by the way, second brother, the spring water is better fresh. If it's left for a long time, it won't have any effect. You'd better not pick it." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu put the bucket on the ground and asked, "Xiaohua, is what you told us this morning true? I always feel that you don't have such great ability. Is the bull strength really so powerful? By the way, you've been practicing in seclusion for 9 days and 9 nights. To be honest, although I'm just a beginner in martial arts, when I was in the escort agency, I've heard a lot of things in Jianghu. Why haven't I heard of this?" Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment. In fact, he didn't plan to hide it from his family. There was no harm in telling them. However, his second brother was a disciple of the Misty School. If he knew, it would be difficult. The Carefree Heart Sutra was definitely a treasure of the Misty School. If he secretly practiced it, even if Peng eventually investigated, his second brother wouldn't know about it. Perhaps he wouldn't be implicated. However, if he didn't report it, it would be a different matter. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, "Second brother, everything I said is true. However, it's hard to explain the reason. Also, second brother, about me practicing for 9 days and 9 nights without sleep and rest, you should go back and tell father and mother. Don't tell anyone else. Some things are better left unsaid." Zhang Xiaohu looked at his brother who was maturing day by day. He smiled and said, "You've already given your instructions. Father, mother, and Mr. Liu have already discussed it when you were in seclusion. When you went out just now, you warned us again. Even if you beat me to death, I won't say a word." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohu and didn't speak for a long time. In the end, he said, "Thank you, second brother. Actually, I have some difficulties." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and interrupted him. He said, "Xiaohua, you're my biological brother. I've watched you grow up. How could I not know what you're like? If you don't want to say it, then forget it. I won't force you." Then, he picked up the bucket from the ground and said, "Let's go. Since you don't want to carry water, let's go home. Mother made that water jar for nothing. If it doesn't work, let her pickle vegetables." When the two returned home, Guo Sufei saw that Zhang Xiaohu didn't come back with water and frowned. After Zhang Xiaohua explained, Guo Sufei smiled and said, "So it's like this. It's really good to have fresh water. In the future, let Xiaolong carry water 3 times a day. Our family's consumption will be changed to this well water." Zhang Xiaolong smiled bitterly. Zhang Xiaohua came out of closed-door training safely and Lu Qian was pregnant. The Zhang family could be considered to have 2 happy events. Naturally, it was very lively at night. Mr. Liu usually ate at the Zhang family's house. Of course, he wouldn't miss out today. The whole family was full of joy and harmony. When it came to cooking, there were some problems. In the past, Lu Qian was the main chef and Guo Sufei was the assistant. Since the morning when she learned that Lu Qian was pregnant, Guo Sufei didn't let Lu Qian do anything. Of course, cooking was not allowed. Guo Sufei was used to cooking in the past, but it was extremely frugal. Now, the Zhang family could be considered to have more than 3,600 taels of silver. This was unimaginable in the past. Today, although it couldn't be extravagant, it couldn't be said to be simple. Therefore, the problem arose. How could Guo Sufei do it alone? Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua asked for help, but they were chased out by Guo Sufei. How could she bear to do it when she didn't come back for 2 years? When Lu Qian saw it, she just shook her head. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua said to Guo Sufei, "Mother, it's better to let sister-in-law do it. In fact, the child hasn't formed yet. It won't affect anything. Moreover, isn't it good for the child to be more active? When her pregnancy becomes obvious in the future and it's really inconvenient for her to move, it won't be too late to let her rest. You're just a child. What do you know? When you're pregnant, you have to take care of yourself. Don't lose the child." Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over Lu Qian. She smiled and said to her mother, "In fact, sister-in-law's child is already half a year old. It's already stable. Mother can let sister-in-law move around." Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua paused. Then, she said, "Sister-in-law's child is different from ordinary people. We don't know when it will be formed. Mother, you have to be prepared. You can't be impatient." "Ah, I see." Guo Sufei felt a little unprepared. "How long will it take?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "How would I know? Maybe a year and a half. Maybe 3 to 5 years is also possible. You can't let sister-in-law not work for 3 to 5 years. This?" Guo Sufei didn't say anything. Lu Qian took the opportunity to step forward and said, "Mother, who cares how long it will take? We'll still live as usual. I'll work as usual. It won't be too late to talk about it when the melon is ripe." Guo Sufei nodded hesitantly. Lu Qian smiled and hurried into the kitchen. The whole family was waiting to eat. How could they not be anxious? Although the food at home wasn't as good as at Huanxi Manor, the atmosphere was completely different. Zhang Xiaohua liked this kind of happy atmosphere very much. Although her appetite wasn't very good, she still ate a lot. After the meal, everyone drank tea and chatted. They talked about some interesting things. Zhang Xiaohu also shared his experience as a bodyguard. Although there were such opportunities a few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua was still meditating in the field. How could the family be in the mood today? Perhaps it wasn't until today that everyone was completely relieved. Late at night, everyone returned to their rooms. Zhang Xiaolong went out and sent Mr. Lu back. When they returned to the room, Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Second brother, do you sleep or practice at night?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "Usually, I practice. I've just started practicing the art of ethereal magic. It's time for me to consolidate it, so I need to practice more. A few days ago, I saw you meditating, so I didn't dare practice." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Then let's practice together." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Okay, let's compete. Let's see who can improve faster." In fact, he had long lost confidence in his younger brother. Practicing for 9 days and 9 nights is not something an ordinary person can do. Although he didn't have the opportunity to test Zhang Xiaohua's internal force, he absolutely believed that he may not be his younger brother's opponent. Zhang Xiaohu closed the door, walked to the Kong and sat cross-legged. According to Wen Wenhai's teachings, according to the records of ethereal divine art, he practiced breathing and refined his internal force. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. He just sat cross-legged and released his divine sense to feel the energy around him. He sighed softly. How could these few strands of energy be enough for him to practice? He saw Zhang Xiaohu meditating and couldn't help but sweep his divine sense towards Zhang Xiaohu. However, he didn't feel any signs of energy. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel strange. Listening to second brother's tone, his ethereal divine art was already at the entry level. His qi was also beginning to take shape. How could there be no signs of energy? Although his divine sense was like an eye, it was still sensitive to energy. Even the fetus in Lu Qian's body was only able to sense it because it absorbed energy. If there wasn't such an opportunity, how could Zhang Xiaohua know so much? Perhaps the ethereal divine art had some mysteries that he didn't understand. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua took out 2 small stones from his bosom. He held one in each hand and closed his eyes to absorb the energy. Zhang Xiaohua originally thought that since the primordial stone was so small, the primordial qi within it must be limited, and the absorption would be very weak. However, just as he circulated his qi, he felt an extremely rich primordial qi flow out of the primordial stone in his hand and into his meridians. It was the same as sitting on the primordial stone a few days ago. Zhang Xiaohua quickly suppressed his astonishment and calmly absorbed and refined the primordial qi. However, he didn't immediately enter a meditative state. After a while, he stopped absorbing and didn't open his eyes. He just used his divine sense to sweep the stone. This sweep didn't matter. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. The energy in the stone was still abundant. It didn't weaken because of his absorption. This small stone might not be too durable. If so, this small stone would be enough for him to practice for a long time. Thinking about the huge crouching ox stone in his purse, Zhang Xiaohua's mouth almost cracked from smiling. Chapter 238. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed in the small room, it was difficult for her to calm down and absorb qi into her body. In the east room, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei were also unable to sleep. Guo Sufei said, "Father of the child, I heard from Xiaohua that the child in Qianqian's belly will take several years to be born. What do you think about this?" "Several years?" Zhang Kai said in surprise, "How can it be so long? Other people are pregnant for 10 months. Why does it change when it comes to our family?" Guo Sufei said tensely, "I heard it from Xiaohua himself." Zhang Kai said disapprovingly, "Don't listen to his nonsense. How can a child like him know these things?" Guo Sufei said angrily, "If Xiaohua doesn't know, how can he know that Qianqian is pregnant? Moreover, didn't you see that he put something in the silk bag for Qianqian? If he really doesn't know, why is he acting so serious? Xiaohua has never been a child who lies. There must be a reason for what he said." Zhang Kai thought about it and said, "It makes sense. Xiaolong and Qianqian have been married for almost 2 years. They should have had a child long ago. According to Xiaolong, Qianqian should have been pregnant half a year ago. If it was someone else, they would have had a big belly by now. But our Qianqian still doesn't show that she is pregnant at all. Even the doctors in the medical hall can't see it. According to the growth of the child, Xiaohua said a few years is fast." Guo Sufei hesitated and said, "But, isn't this too scary? Who needs a few years to have a child?" Zhang Kai was also silent. After a long while, he said, "Didn't I hear the storytellers say that many immortals carry a child for decades? Some even carry it for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. We've only been pregnant for a few years, so it's normal." Guo Sufei laughed and said, "That's all made up by others. Do you believe it? Whether I believe it or not is not a problem. The key is that there is no smoke without fire. Since there is such a saying, there must be a reason. Otherwise, no one would think of such a legend even if they cracked their brains." "That's true. But even so, our Qianqian has been pregnant for such a long time. If others were to find out, who knows what they would say? They might even think that." Guo Sufei couldn't bring herself to say the last word. Zhang Kai sighed and said, "Yes, it's unusual. If the villagers knew about it, they would definitely think so. By the way, you didn't tell anyone when you went out today, did you?" Guo Sufei thought for a moment and said, "I was busy at home today and didn't have time to go out. How could I have the chance to tell others? That's for the best. I'll tell them tomorrow morning, especially Mr. Liu. Don't tell anyone about this yet. We'll talk about it when Qianqian gives birth." "Okay. Father of the child, I think so too. Xiaolong and Qianqian went out today. I don't know if they will tell anyone. They definitely won't. If Xiaolong went out alone, he might not say anything. But with Qianqian, this child has always been shy. Even if you give Xiaolong 2 times the courage, he won't dare to say anything. Well, that's good. Go to sleep. There are still things to do tomorrow. These days, I've been worried about the child. The work in the field has been delayed. Let it be delayed. The child has brought back so much money. It's enough for us to live for a lifetime. Mother of the child, you're wrong. Money is just a worldly possession. No matter how much money there is, it's still a dead object. How can it be compared to the field? It's a living thing. We can rely on it for a lifetime. I know. Old man, go to sleep. We still have to go to the field tomorrow. In the west room, Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Qian also found it difficult to sleep. Not to mention the 3,000 taels of silver that Zhang Xiaohua had given to their mother and the dozens of taels of silver that their mother had given to them. Just the fact that they were pregnant and the pregnancy might be very long was enough to make them talk non-stop. Zhang Xiaohua, who was cultivating, immediately fell into a deep sleep. Endless starlight shone on his body and lingered around the entire room. If it was before, Zhang Xiaohua would definitely open all the pores on his body and draw in qi into his body. But now that Zhang Xiaohua had reached the 2nd level of the Carefree Heart Sutra, his cultivation method had also changed. The spiritual altar on top of his head opened wide, like a whale swallowing endless starlight into his body. In just 15 minutes, he had absorbed more starlight than before. If Zhang Xiaohua was awake at this moment, he would definitely be able to clearly feel the starlight being absorbed into his meridians. It was no longer as indiscernible as before. Moreover, a portion of the starlight flowed into his meridians and was refined into them. A portion of the starlight was absorbed by his jade-like white bones, and even more of it flowed into a mysterious place in his mind. On the other side of the room, Zhang Xiaohu was also sitting cross-legged. According to the internal strength cultivation method of the art of ethereal magic, he did not stop breathing. Although martial arts and the way of immortality were completely different, they both refined and used the meridians of the entire body. The meridians were ordinary. Zhang Xiaohu was now at the 1st level of the art of ethereal magic. From time to time, he would feel a warm current flowing into his forehead. Usually, he would only feel the qi of his internal strength and would not be able to truly draw in the warm current. But today was different. Zhang Xiaohua was cultivating in the room and had drawn in an endless amount of qi. This endless amount of qi had already filled the entire room. Although he was absorbing it like a whale, he could not use it all for himself. Zhang Xiaohu's body was also enveloped in a large amount of qi. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was thinking, he suddenly felt a cool qi seeping into his body from his forehead and flowing into his meridians. He could not help but be shocked, thinking that he had suffered from qi deviation. He opened his eyes and moved his hands and feet, but there was not the slightest bit of difference. Thinking that it was his own environment, he began to think again. But just as he entered a meditative state, the clear qi was still seeping into his body. Zhang Xiaohu did not dare to continue cultivating and got off the bed. At this time, the small room was filled with starlight, but starlight was the most mysterious and also the smallest. Even if the room was filled with starlight, it was not as brilliant as the night sky. It was just a layer of faint white light that could not be seen with the naked eye. Zhang Xiaohu got up and walked around the room for a while, but did not feel anything wrong. He only saw that Zhang Xiaohua was also sitting cross-legged, peacefully sleeping. He smiled. He originally wanted to put his little brother down and cover him with a quilt, but his hand stopped halfway. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's posture, it was the posture of someone cultivating internal energy. It was difficult to guarantee that there was no jinqi flowing in his body. If he casually disturbed him, it would inevitably affect his little brother's cultivation. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohu returned to the Kong bed. He closed his eyes and thought for a while, then lay down on the Kong bed, preparing to sleep. Today's cultivation was different from usual, and he did not dare to cultivate again. If he took a wrong path, it would be bad. But when he lay down, tossing and turning, he was unable to fall asleep. There was always a thought in his mind. He closed his eyes and thought that there was chi coming from the sky. Of course, it was because there was no chi that he thought about it. But today, there was such an opportunity. There was actually chi coming from his forehead. Was this a blessing or a curse? Zhang Xiaohu faintly felt from the bottom of his heart that this was definitely a great opportunity. It was definitely beneficial without any disadvantages. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohu sat up on the Kong bed with a hoot sound. If there was a blessing, then it was not a curse. If there was a curse, then it could not be avoided. If it was really a great opportunity, then his hesitation would cause him to miss it. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohu had a plan. He sat down cross-legged and began to use the Heart Sutra of the ethereal divine art. He continued to think. Sure enough, the threads of cold chi continued to seep from his forehead, flowing into his meridians. Some of it also flowed into a mysterious place in his mind. Zhang Xiaohu was not like Zhang Xiaohua. He did not go through a systematic internal force study. Not only did he cultivate internal force at the Lotus Escort Agency, but he also received the careful teachings of Wen Wenhai in the Misty School. Regarding the nourishment, refinement, and transportation of Jinqi, he had a lot of experience. When the threads of starlight seeped into his forehead, he tried to control the starlight and integrate it into his Jinqi. Unfortunately, the starlight was not under his control. After it flowed into his meridians, it flowed forward along the meridians. The more it flowed, the less it became. It was only because the starlight on his forehead continued to seep into his meridians that the cold stream was able to maintain its flow in his meridians and did not disappear. When the cold stream had completed a full cycle and reached the starting point, there were only a few threads left. They mixed with the cold stream that entered later and continued to flow. Zhang Xiaohu was a little anxious. He thought that his internal force control was not good enough and that the cold stream could not enter his dantian and become his Jinqi. In reality, the starlight had already integrated into the meridians of his entire body. It was refining and integrating with his meridians. It could be said that his meridians were undergoing earth-shattering changes. This change would allow him to have a higher starting point in his internal force cultivation in the future. It would be difficult for others to catch up with him. If it was really as Zhang Xiaohu thought and was only refining it into internal force, then it would be neglecting the essentials and pursuing the trifles. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu did not know about this. He just kept on urging his heart technique, wanting to retain the starlight and not let it disappear. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohu did not know how many times he had urged his heart technique. The starlight in his meridians was still only a faint wisp, just enough to flow through his entire body. At this time, suddenly, Zhang Xiaohu felt that his forehead no longer had the cold stream seeping into it. Correspondingly, the cold stream in his body only circulated one cycle before completely disappearing. Before Zhang Xiaohu could investigate the situation of his meridians and the changes in the Jinqi in his body, he heard the sound of Zhang Xiaohua on the Kong beside him getting up. Zhang Xiaohu opened his eyes and saw Zhang Xiaohua tiptoeing up from the Kong. She stretched, carefully opened the door, and walked out. Zhang Xiaohu's heart moved. Could it be that the cold stream on his forehead was related to his brother? Otherwise, when his brother got up, the cold stream would disappear? Suppressing the urge to get up, Zhang Xiaohu still silently used his heart technique to check the situation of his cultivation last night. In his dantian, the pitiful amount of Jinqi did not increase at all. Checking his meridians, there was also no change. Zhang Xiaohu could not help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed that his hard work last night was in vain. With a wry smile, Zhang Xiaohu also got up, opened the door, and went out. Chapter 239. Working at sunrise and resting at sunset, this was the life of a country bumpkin. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong were no exception. These days, because Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua had returned home, it had affected the work at home. Now that everything at home had settled down, it was time for life to return to its original path. After eating, Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong took hoes and other things and prepared to work in the fields. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua also rushed to help. Zhang Kai said with a smile, "There's nothing to do in the fields now. We're just going to take a look at the fields and hoe the weeds. The end of autumn is coming. You should rest at home. It won't be too late for you to help in a few days when the autumn harvest comes." The two of them wanted to snatch the farming tools several times, but they were stopped by Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong. Seeing that they couldn't resist their father and brother, they didn't insist and watched them go to the fields. The two of them sat in the small courtyard, quietly watching their mother and sister-in-law busy. They suddenly felt somewhat out of place and didn't know what to do now. The two of them thought of practicing martial arts at the same time. But if they practiced martial arts, why did they come home? Wouldn't it be better to practice in Misty School? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Second brother, we don't have anything to do at home. Why don't we go to the city and have a look? Although Lu Town is the closest town to our home, I haven't really explored it." Zhang Xiaohu's eyes also lit up. He said, "You're right. We can take this opportunity to visit young Master Li's family and tell them that we're safe. We can also see if they have anything to say or bring back." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "That's right. I was about to say the same thing." Li Jinfeng had visited the Guozhuang house during the New Year, and Guo Sufei had a very good impression of him. When she heard that he had taught her son how to read and read, she was even more delighted. She took out some money from her bosom and urged Zhang Xiaohua to buy more gifts for him. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and accepted the money. The two led their horses out. Before they left, Guo Sufei specifically told them to hurry back. If they were invited to stay for dinner, they had to return to the Guozhuang house after dinner. The two of them naturally agreed. Once they were out of the village, the two of them swung their stirrups and mounted their horses. They galloped towards Lu Town. In the time it took to eat a meal, Lu Town was in sight. At this time, the sun was already high in the sky. The sun was gradually getting hotter, and there were more people on the official road. The two brothers couldn't help but slow down their horses and slowly enter Lu Town. They hadn't been to Lu Town for 2 years. The two brothers looked around and found that there weren't many changes. Even the square where the opera was held during the New Year was still the same. However, there were many hawkers and footmen hawking their wares in the square. It was very lively. In a corner of the square, there was even the sound of a gong. It must be a juggling show. When Zhang Xiaohua heard the gong, he didn't want to move. He liked to watch juggling shows since he was young. How could he not go and join in the fun when there was such a beautiful thing in front of him? Before Zhang Xiaohua could reach them, the place where the juggling was taking place was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Zhang Xiaohua was short, so of course he couldn't see them. Moreover, he was leading a horse, so he couldn't just go in. Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right. There was an old tree that the two of them couldn't hug. He greeted his second brother and led the horse over. After tying up the date-red horse, he looked left and right. When no one was paying attention, he used a lightness skill and immediately jumped to the top of the tree. He sat on the top of the tree and his body moved up and down with the branches. He was as steady as Mount Tai. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he sighed in his heart. The martial arts exhibition has only been going on for a few days. That's because my younger brother didn't even know how to use lightness skills. Now he can already jump to the top of the tree. I have to work hard to catch up. Zhang Xiaohu also tied up the date-red horse and slowly climbed to the top of the tree. This country child had learned how to climb trees since he was young. Even if his lightness skills weren't good, it was still very easy for him to climb up a tree. At this time, the sound of the gong came from the crowd. Everyone cheered. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua quickly looked over. Sure enough, there was a little monkey with a red butt in the crowd. It was doing all kinds of ridiculous and exaggerated actions. It was making people laugh. It had been a long time since they saw a monkey show. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua watched with great interest. After the monkey finished playing, the little monkey actually took the copper gong and walked towards the crowd. One by one, it asked for copper coins. When the copper coins fell into the gong, the monkey actually made a bowing action, which made people roar with laughter. After asking for a round of money, the monkey returned the gong to its owner. It asked for food from its owner and wolfed it down. Then, it squatted to the side and scratched its ears and cheeks. The juggler picked up the gong and knocked it again. He shouted, "Everyone, if you have money, then come here. If you don't have money, then come here. I am not talented, but I have a set of fist techniques and a healing ointment passed down in my family. I don't dare to keep it to myself. Now, I will take them out for everyone to appreciate. After I finish the fist technique, I will ask everyone to take a look at the ointment passed down in my family. It is effective for bruises and bruises." Hearing the juggler's words, many people prepared to leave. When the juggler saw this, he quickly stopped and said, "Okay, I will now show my incompetence. Everyone, please take a look." This attracted a lot of attention. They all stopped and looked again. The juggler tidied his clothes and hat, tightened his belt, and made a starting position. He began to perform the fist technique in the open space. Zhang Xiaohua watched from afar on the tree. When she saw the monkey resting and starting to scratch lice, she felt regretful. She was about to jump down from the tree when she saw that he was performing the fist technique again. It was a fist technique passed down in her family. She stopped and looked at the arena. The juggler was tall and muscular. When he performed the fist technique, he was full of vigor and was extraordinary. However, while the layman enjoyed the show, the expert appreciated the skill. After watching for a while, everyone cheered. However, in the eyes of Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu, the fist technique was full of flaws. It was just that the fist technique was still very unfamiliar to them. They had never seen it before. Zhang Xiaohu only practiced the 6 he fists, so it was understandable that he had not seen it before. Zhang Xiaohua, on the other hand, had read many fist technique manuals, but she had never seen it before. From the looks of it, this fist technique was indeed a family heirloom and was rarely seen in the pugilistic world. As the man was performing, he saw that in a corner to the east, the crowd was in a mess. Zhang Xiaohua was standing high, so she naturally could see further. Furthermore, with her sharp eyes and ears, she had long seen a short fatty. He was leading a few followers and was squeezing into the crowd. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the fatty's face, she could not help but grit her teeth together, producing a creaking sound. Zhang Xiaohu was watching the family heirloom fist technique with great interest. When he heard the sound, he noticed Zhang Xiaohua's odd behavior. He asked with concern, "Xiaohua, what's wrong?" "Toothache." Zhang Xiaohua calmed her heart, pointed at the fatty and said, "Second brother, look at that short winter melon over there." "Which one is it?" When Zhang Xiaohu saw it clearly, he was so angry that he laughed and said, "I've been searching high and low for him. I was still looking for an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Now that he's here, the heavens have opened their eyes. But this guy has brought a lot of followers. Look at the middle-aged man in black clothes near him. He walks with a majestic gait and his stance is steady. He must be his bodyguard. I don't know how good his martial arts are. Let's not go for wool and come home shorn and be taught a lesson instead. This guy has always bullied men and women. Since he's here, there must be something wrong. Let's take a look first before making a decision." While they were talking, the juggler had also finished his boxing. His whole body was covered in sweat. The man took off his shirt, revealing his bulging muscles. He then picked up a package from the ground and took out a few stacks of ointment. He placed them on the gong and began to promote them to the audience. The short black fatty walked to the side of the arena and said loudly, "You, that man, bring your ointment over for me to take a look. If it's good, I'll buy it all." The man thought that it was a big deal and hurriedly walked over with a smile. The fatty said, "What are the effects of your ointment?" Tell me about it. The man said, this is a secret recipe passed down in my family. It's brewed with precious herbs. It's specially used to treat injuries, fractures, and other external injuries. It's very magical. Young master, you'll know when you bring it home and try it. The fatty said, I want to buy it, but I'm afraid that I'll be cheated. In today's society, the morals of the world are deteriorating day by day. Each generation is worse than the previous. The last time I bought a Dalmatian, I only found out that it was a dog when I went home and took a bath. Who do you think I can find to reason with? The man smiled apologetically and said, Young master, you must be joking. I value my reputation the most. I definitely won't lie. The fatty said, it's best to try it on the spot. If it's really good, I'll buy it all. The man said, I don't know if there are any patients with injuries. Please come and try it. The fatty smiled and said, how can a sick person squeeze in? However, I do have an idea. I wonder if you want to try it. The man smiled and said, naturally, I'm willing to try it. However, I have to say that if this ointment is effective, young master should buy it all. The fatty said strangely, do I look like someone who goes back on his words? The man smiled apologetically and said, I don't dare, I don't dare. I have 50 ointment here. Each one is 5 silver coins. Please count it. After saying that, he went to take more ointment from his bag. The fatty waved his hand and said, no need. It's too troublesome. I believe you. After saying that, he took out a stack of banknotes from his chest and said, I have 30 silver coins here. It's more than enough to buy your ointment. If your ointment is effective, I'll naturally buy it all. The man was overjoyed and said, Young master, please tell me how to test the efficacy of this ointment. However, the fatty continued to say, don't ask me how to test it first. I still have a request. Young master, please speak. The man was puzzled. The fatty shamelessly said, my request is, what if your ointment is not effective? How will you compensate me? The acrobat man was stunned. He smiled apologetically and said, Young master, listen to me. If this ointment is ineffective, I naturally won't dare to take a single coin from you. How can I compensate you?